Okay, so we've now started our recording. Good morning, folks, and welcome. I'm Rick Singleton, Provost here at Queen's College, and delighted to welcome you to the orientation for our very different, we know it'll be a very different academic year. I'm going to ask Susan Squires, who just joined, to turn off your microphone. I'm getting some feedback from the microphones, but so I ask you all to turn off your microphones. And that should go well. Folks, what we have today is a lineup of sessions that will go until about noon, and then we'll start again in the afternoon. Here's our lineup for the day, the program, and I'll just give you a moment to have a glimpse at it. From noon till about 4 o'clock. We might finish a little bit early if we see that we've moved through things adequately. We won't go any later than 4 o'clock. I have another session to do tonight, but we'll certainly finish by then, but earlier if we want. As it gets close to lunchtime, we'll discuss whether or not we want to take a full hour break or a bit less. And if we do agree to take a bit less, then I promise you that we will finish that much earlier rather than squeezing more in to the session. So welcome to you all. We're going to do introductions in a few moments. I just want to first of all tell you that this is a new platform that we're using for our sessions. Many of you who were with us in the past are familiar with GoToMeeting. This one is from the same organization. It's called GoToTraining, and it has some extra features, and it takes a bit of getting used to it, and none of us are used to it yet, because actually in order to get it functioning well, you need to have groups on. The major feature that we wanted when we moved into the GoToTraining platform that we're on today is that it does give an option in courses for instructors to use breakout rooms. It'll take a little bit of time for us to get used to that as well. So on top of everything else, we have, we'll come to it in our orientation today, all kinds of mission and mandate and vision and values and that of Queen's College. I talk about the pillars on which our programs are built. I'll talk about that in just a few moments. But this term, more than anything else, because of the strange ways that we have to do things, where we have no one on campus and everything is online and over webinar and what have you. Two things I'm asking for more than anything else is for you to be flexible and to be patient with us. Above and beyond that, I think we can roll with all the rest of it. So I think what I want to do before I do anything else, though, and then we'll have Sean say a prayer, I want to draw attention to a very important occasion that's happening now, and that is that this month is our dean and deacon, man with great academic renown internationally, an athlete, a black belt, a man who's wise in all regards, especially with matters of theology, community, faith, and karate and wine. He's 50 years in Newfoundland. Still hasn't picked up the full Newfoundland accent that some of us have, and I might say some of ye got, but he's certainly a Newfoundlander at heart. He came and he stayed. And so before anything else, David, I want to say that we're so privileged to have you in our province, so privileged to have had you in our university and in the broader community. So many of your engagements and friendships and relationships and so on has indeed enriched us and continues to enrich us. But none of your time and work in Newfoundland has had deeper impact than what you do at Queen's College in giving direction and support and advice to those preparing for leadership in the church, either as ministry or as lay people. So we're blessed to have you with us. And on behalf of all Newfoundlanders and Labradorians, I say thank you and blessings forever. And I'm going to give you a moment to comment on those 50 years and the way that you and only you could put it together.
Well, I came for 2 years.
Turn on your microphone, okay.
Yeah, I'm my microphone. Yeah, I came for 2 years, and at that time they said, especially with Brits coming over here, you either love the place, you either love the place or hated the place. And I loved it from the start. And so I taught 42 years at Munn on the other side of the road. And then I tried to retire, and my attempts at retirement were an absolutely abysmal failure. And so I continue now to do what I can for Queen's College. And all I can say at the moment, I'm working on the accent, boy. I'm working on the accent.
Carmel, I can see you speaking, but I can't hear you. And some people are saying that they don't have sound. I'm not sure why that would be. Everyone should have sound. Most people do. If you don't, it's likely on your own end. Some might need to sign off and sign on again. I should put that as a note to for all. I just need to check some of the chat here to see what's happening. John, I'm going to ask you now to take us in a prayer, if you will.
Let us pray in the name of God, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Amen. God, our Creator and our Sustainer, today we look to you at the start of this new academic year. And we give you thanks for the blessings that you bestowed upon our college throughout our long history. In our time of uncertainty now, we ask you to open our ears to hear your voice, to open our hearts to grow in love as we listen to your word. God, our merciful Father, we praise you and thank you for all you give us. We ask you now to help us to be welcoming, compassionate people that you call us to be. We ask your blessings on Rick, our provost, all the members of our faculty, staff, and our students, as well as our families who love us and who support us. We ask that you help us to begin this new school year with hearts that see and welcome Jesus, our Savior, in everyone that we meet. Amen.
Thank you, John. I'm hoping that people have sound. Carmel, while I'm doing this, I'll ask you if you would send a note to all, just go into chat and send a note to all and ask them if they would, if they're having problems with their sound, to sign out and sign in again might be their problem. Problem is on their own end, because otherwise we can, people can hear one another. Folks, I want to take a moment to kind of put Queen's in a context. Later today, we'll hear a lot about academics, and we'll hear some of the history of Queen's College and the things we've been doing and how we do things. Those are all worthwhile and hopefully will be informative and exciting for you. But what I want to take a few moments on to put it in some context from my perspective as the provost is that our programs are built primarily, as I describe it at least, on four main pillars. They are theological education, and that is about having a well-developed curriculum. And one of the things we do on a regular basis is we have a curriculum review, where we look at the courses we're teaching, we look at the content of the courses we're teaching, we look at the delivery. We always, and it's Dr. Bell and I who are responsible to make sure that we have competent people that are teaching the courses, and that we maintain standards that are set for us, not only by ourselves, but in the broader academic community, and particularly that we meet the standards of the Association of Theological Schools. I'll speak about that a little bit later in the section under affiliations. So that's theological education. That's the academic part. But we also have a place, an important place in our programming for pastoral training and practice. The vast majority of people who come into Queen's College are doing it to build their competencies, and I'd say to build their confidence to minister in a broader community. And our role and responsibility in that regard, our endeavor is to make sure that we provide people with good training in how to deliver ministry in the time and context in which they will be doing it. In fact, part of our role, I suppose, as an organization and a theological education generally, is that it's a prophetic role, that we have to be looking to the future, considering what will be needed. Thus, for example, our efforts around courses in missional theology and what have you are about preparing for mission and ministry in the future. Trying to be responsive now in this context of a global pandemic is summoning us to look at the content in some courses and even to develop some new materials that can be available, not only for our current students, but for others as well. So that's the pastoral training and practice. We don't just teach courses, we just don't teach skills, we teach, show people, give people the opportunity to go out and to practice under the supervision of others who are trained and competent in areas of ministry. Spiritual development. You can't give what you don't have. Our purpose for being is to promote and build the kingdom of God. The relationship with Jesus Christ, the response to God's love is what we are about. St. Teresa of Calcutta spoke to on many matters, but she said once, many people can confuse our work as being our vocation. She said, our vocation is the love of Jesus. And that can't be taught. And it can't be imitated in pastoral practice. It has to come from the heart, it has to come from the core, it has to come from the relationship that people, individuals have with Jesus Christ, that individuals have by being part of faith community as well. And so spiritual development is an important component. Father John will speak about it as we move through the day, but just to say now that when people are in our programs, particularly those who are identified as in ordination streams, but all students have opportunity to engage in programs and avail of services to grow spiritually. And the fourth pillar that I like to emphasize is that we are a faith-based learning community. You know, it's not just, and this is one of the challenges, of course, in these times with doing online courses and what have you, that how do we build and sustain community? It is so important for us to be able to engage in good theological debate with one another. It's important for us to be able to have discussions, to hear others articulate their beliefs, whether they're similar to our own, the same, but expressed in different ways, or whether they in fact believe things that are quite different and have quite different practices. But it's important that we as members of faith community participate in faith community. You can't give leadership in faith community unless you have an appreciation for how faith community is brought about, how it's nurtured, and how it grows. And so I like to emphasize to people that these four pillars are the foundations. We might consider them the four cornerstones on which the entire program is built. So that kind of puts it in a bit of context of what we do. Now I want to come back to a more, I suppose, civilized Provost welcome and say, it's great to have you with us. Wonderful. I'm so glad that we have so many who have continued on in their programs in this time of global pandemic. I'm so pleased and thrilled on behalf of Queen's College to welcome people from other countries who are attending with us. We have grown at Queen's College by outreach over the years. In fact, some of the efforts that we've had in being able to go online now for 4 or 5 years using GoToMeeting allowed us to do what we continue to do during this time of global pandemic. And so our pivot last March, when this all came about, wasn't as extreme or as difficult as many other organizations who hadn't at that time extended their programming into using real-time programs. One of the things that I want to mention, and we'll be mentioning it again throughout today, is, and I hope in the context of these pillars, you can appreciate why real-time attendance at classes are important. You know, we do record classes and make them available for students if they need to be able to view view the recording later. But we really do prefer that people attend in real time, because it's there that you get opportunity to engage and to participate with others, to hear others articulate their questions, their comments and objections, or whatever way that it comes about. And so please give priority to attending your classes at the scheduled times. It will make it better for you and for all. We learn from each other. So that's about as much, I think, as I need to torment you with at this time by way of my welcome. To those who are not with us today on the real-time orientation session, but will be viewing it as a recording, then welcome to you as well. And I want to say to those who are here now, if you have any questions during this session, just open your mic and ask it at that time, or use the chat room and send me your question online, and I will try and respond to it. And those who are viewing it as a recording, if you have questions or concerns or anything, don't hesitate to send an email to me or to Carmel or to Dr. Bell or to Father John. And of course, especially on the administrative matters, Dana, our admin assistant, responds to those things and calls them out. So use the email queens@mon.ca for administrative matters. But you'll all get comfortable and get used to dealing with us. I noticed that McKinley and Darlene just signed in. You can hear us? Yeah, you can. I can see your hand. I can see about half of both of your faces, but anyway, great to have you with us. We'll be doing introductions in a few moments, so you'll all get an opportunity to introduce yourselves. Some don't have their cameras on, but I can see who's attending, so I'll ask people to introduce themselves then. So Father John has already done his prayer and done it well. Thanks, John. So folks, what we're going to do now, I'm going to ask you to do an introduction of yourselves, and we won't make them long, drawn out. Don't feel burdened on it. But what I'll do is ask you to at least give your name and tell us what name you want to go by. You don't have to be too formal. Make it relaxed and what have you. Where are you today? Most of the time, I mean geographically, if you're in Labrador or if you're in St. John's or wherever, and if that's where you are most of the time. Which program and year you're in, and maybe a few personal details if you're preparing for ordination, if you're a parent, if you have grandchildren, a few details like that. Don't make it too long, what have you. And by way of example, I will do it. My name is Rick Singleton. I go by Rick. Some call me Dr. Rick, or as flashbacks from the past, some even call me Father Rick, but Rick is quite fine. I'm here at Queen's. I'm here at Queen's most days. The building is closed to the vast majority, but both Dana and I are here in regular work days, 5 days a week in regular business hours. I'm the provost of the college and have this my 5th year at it, and it's an enjoyable time and place to be. I'm married. I have 2 children, and that's about it. Keep it short and sweet. So, who wants to go next, or who will? Anyone shy? Don't forget to turn on your camera, folks, and your microphone when you're doing your introduction of yourself.
Hi.
Okay, I'll go next. Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Go
Great,
ahead.
Karen.
Okay, I'll go first and get it over with. My name is Karen Mitchell, and I'm a retired psychologist. just finished up since January. I've done 3 courses at Queen's. Um, I'm not well defined in terms of my journey. As I said to Carmel in our initial discussions in December, but I feel like I'm on the right path. I'm in the Masters of Divinity program. Um, I don't have a picture of where I'm going to be at the end, but um, I feel like I just feel like I'm doing the right thing. I really, really enjoyed the courses I just finished. Uh, feel, even though it's a strange situation, feel very connected to the people at Queen's College and the whole business of theology, I guess. So I'm kind of an unknown quantity, but very happy to be here and feel like I'm on the road to something very important. Um, I live in St. John's. I live alone, just my Holy Heart there. And what else should I say? Nothing except I'm delighted to be here, and I was so excited all week for this day to come because I'm ready to dig in and start again. It was just such a wonderful experience so far. That's all I have to say. You'll hear more from me as the term goes on.
Good. Thanks, Karen. Great to have you with us. Good.
Yeah, great to be here.
Good.
Hi,
Coach?
my name.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Darlene Winters. I live in Hopedale, Labrador. I'm married to McKinley. He's my husband's next to me. We have 3 children, and we've been on this path about a year now. And I'm like you, Karen. I don't know where I'm going to be. I know I'm on the right path. I'm kind of in between of like helping youth or like a nonprofit for the church, that type of stuff. So I'm not sure where I'm going to end up at the end. Yeah, so we just resigned. Our last day of work is Friday, tomorrow. We resigned our jobs to pursue what our hearts are, I guess, looking for. Like we're taking the leap. We don't know where we're going to be or where we're going to live or do, but we're taking the leap.
Glad to have you with us, Darlene. McKinley?
Yeah, my name is McKinley Winters. As you know, as my wife just described me, I'm her husband. Some people call me Mac for short, make it easier, or Mac, or my middle name Dan, so it's up to you.
Good.
Like I said, like she said, most of it, we got 3 children. I'm very excited to get this course underway. And what's so powerful, what's so amazing is that we're both doing this together, which God has called us to do, and doing the same thing is powerful and amazing. And last year, it all started with a bishop from Jamaica who came here to Hopedale, a Moravian bishop, and who got us on to lead us onto this path to where we're going now. He really hit our hearts in the way he was preaching and saying things, and we got glued, wanted more and more and more as to where we're to now. And my call is, from what I'm getting, is ordination to be a minister from people coming to me and open up to me, and not even a minister yet, which is so amazing and powerful, which I'm still so surprised yet in what's happening in what's the spiritual aspect of it, the Holy Spirit, and it goes to people and reaching out, and it's just amazing, and I'm very, very excited to start this course and looking forward to it. Thank you.
Great. Welcome to you both, Mac and Darlene, and wonderful 2 people from the Moravian faith, which is so important in our Labrador part of our province. Great having you, and thanks for sharing that. And as Karen did, that this is a time of discernment, and it really loops back to what I hope I made as my points in what we're built for and what our purpose is. Just helping people to prepare and discern as they move towards ministry. You're in the right place. Great to have you. Great. Next.
I'll go next. My name is Terence Coates. I go by the name Terry. I live in Deer Lake, married. I have one daughter who lives in St. John's. We have one granddaughter and hopefully another one very soon. I'm in the Master's in Divinity program and doing my internship this fall. So I'm carrying on with the ordination stream and everything is going very well, I might add. Thank you very much.
Right. If you want, you can share the information about when you'll be ordained.
Oh, yes. I will be ordained as a deacon on September the 12th at the cathedral in Corner Brook. And I'm very much looking forward to that.
And I would be looking forward to attending so much, but for the COVID-19 stuff and the stuff that we have to do online ties us up so much that we can't move away from here to get out there. Carmel and I were both hoping to join you, Terry. We'll be there in spirit, as will our whole community be with you in spirit. Hopefully,
Thank you all.
By the time you're ordained to priesthood. But
Yeah.
After a career as an engineer, so wonderful to see those transitions happen in people's lives and sharing their stories. That's why the faith-based learning community is so worthwhile. You'll find so many commonalities between yourself and others. Welcome again, Terry. Anyone else?
Hi.
Hi.
My name is Maisa. I'm a Palestinian girl, and now I live in Greece. I don't know if you can see me. I can't see myself, so because it's I'm new in this application.
Yeah, no, we're not seeing you. You might, if you see a button on your screen somewhere that says share camera, click that button. I should have said that to everyone earlier on.
I don't know how can I.
Anyway, you can introduce yourself. You can play with the buttons.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Later.
Anyone who's on who haven't if you get the option to turn on your webcam, and then sometimes it might say share webcam, click that button as well. Anyway, continue. Just give us the pronunciation of your name again.
My name is Maisa El Khouri. My first name is Maisa. Maisa.
Great. Welcome. And we're so glad that you're joining us from Greece.
Thank you.
Tell us a little bit about your background. It's intriguing.
Yeah. Now it's 3 o'clock in Greece. 3 afternoon. I'm here to study Master in Theological Studies. Actually, I'm a pharmacist. Can you hear me?
Yes, yeah.
I'm a pharmacist, and I want to study this master degree to increase my faith journey during my life, because as you know, life is so hard. So there's many things that make us like away from the way that our God need us to be. So I'm very happy and excited to study this master to increase my faith and help others and find the way that our God and Jesus want us to be.
So glad to have you with us.
Yeah, thank you.
Is your brother with you?
My brother, yes.
Okay. Is he online now?
No, he's can't find the application. Like it's hard for him because it's a new application for us.
Yeah.
Here it is.
So he'll be able to get the recording, and he'll pass on information. But Mesa and her brother are both new students.
Hello?
In our program. Yes.
Yeah, my name Mukhlis actually.
Okay, good.
And I want to say hi to everyone. I will study with my sister, Master in Theological Study. We actually live in Thessaloniki now, and we are doing the best to reach to Canada and get the visa to start our program. I need to say pray for us to get visa really fast. And I want to study this program because I have faith and I need to go in that space. And actually, I know the theological life, but I need to go inside the academic side in it. So that will increase my knowledge and my experience in this way. Actually, I studied accounting in my country, but my goal was in my life to study theology, but the opportunities didn't come. So I think now Jesus give us opportunities to start studying and to complete our ways.
Welcome to you both. Great to have you. Misa and Michael connected with us through Bishop John Organ, and so we're just delighted to have you with us, and we hope it'll be an exciting and worthwhile experience for you. We'll know that your life experience and backgrounds will add a lot to the discussions and the experiences in our classes and courses and programs. Welcome to you both. We'll take a few more introductions, folks, and then we'll get to some other things that we have to attend to and then come back to some more introductions. But let's continue on for a few moments, and if you want to keep them short, you can do that without leaving out things that you want us to know about you.
Hi, my name is Gail Dick. I live in St. John's. I go by Gail. I'm brand new to Queen's College. I'm looking very forward to this. I'm a Eucharistic assistant at St. Augustine's in St. John's. I'm also the governor and commandant of the CLB, which is a youth organization. And we took 30 youth members, and we went on a mission to Belize, and we worked on a school for underprivileged children. And it was really a life-changing experience. Our organization, we want to help our children grow to be good citizens in Christ's kingdom. And I have very strong faith. I want to help our parishioners grow because I know that they have a hunger to grow. And so, yeah, I'm really, really looking forward to this. I'm still working full time. I'm 18 months from retirement, but I wanted to start this journey because I felt now it's my time. I've been called, and I just really, really want to do this. And my daughter has ran in 3 Olympics, and my son serves in the armed forces.
Good. Wonderful, Gail. Great to have you with us. Good. Anyone else? I just want to do, I think Elizabeth Randall had to
Hello.
step out. Yeah, okay, yes.
Yes, my name is Mbarache Majara, popularly called Simba. And I am in Cabnia, excuse me. I'm in Cabnia in Newfoundland, an ordained minister with the United Church of Canada here. I am pleased to be part of Queen's College. I found it convenient and as an opportunity to equip myself and relativize my ministry. So it is something that I wanted. I'm doing MTH. This is my program, and of course I began in the spring, and so there was no time for orientation. So I'm pleased to be part of this group. Looking forward to continue to develop, to grow, and especially to improve in competence, as I said. Thank you. Well, I may say that of course I'm a family person with 2 kids, 13 and 8. They are all boys, and boys are always boys. So one day you may find them running in the office here when I'm online. Thank you.
Great. Welcome, Simba. Great to have you with us. I just want to make a moment to introduce Elizabeth Randall, who had to step out, but she asked me to do her, she put a note on. We're quite familiar with her. She's done a fair number of courses with us at Queen's College. She's a just recently retired hospice physician in Maine, She has great interest in theology and in pastoral care areas. So she's a parent of 8 children and 9 grandchildren, and just looks forward to connecting and engaging with our faith community in the courses and classes that she'll participate in. So a welcome to Elizabeth, who isn't here, but she'll likely be back with us later on in the sessions today. We'll take a couple of more before I move into a few things that I want to cover off as part of the orientation before we take our morning break. We'll ask faculty to wait.
I can go next.
Okay, yes, go ahead. So, yeah.
Okay, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Dr. Rick. Yeah, I'm Sue Squires, and I normally live in St. John's, but I'm currently in New Brunswick because my summer adventure of a lifetime still hasn't ended. Some of you know that I kind of took off camping with my best friend this summer, and we did all the roads in Newfoundland on the right-hand side, both ways, as far as, no, actually now we've got as far as Port Vatican now. And we decided to catch the ferry and go visit her brother, who has a son and a daughter. So her niece and nephew have been a joy to behold for the last couple of days. Hoping that I will be back next week sometime. And here in Blackville, New Brunswick, the internet isn't all that great. It's kind of like the internet in rural Newfoundland. So I may get kicked off once in a while. I apologize for that. But yeah, so I'm doing my Bachelor of Theology, and I'm working my way slowly through it while I continue to seek my faith. And this summer, I thought it would help discern some stuff, and as profound as it's been, I don't know that I'm any further ahead in my, confidence in what my faith actually is yet. So I'm working on that, but I'm loving doing it. And I couldn't have asked for a better place to have gone and learned all the things I've learned so far. And I'm so excited to learn more. And eventually I do want to get into pastoral care of some sort. And that's my goal. And that's who I am. So see you guys around.
Great to have you. So you bring so much to our programs and to our community, and great to have you with us. And I know you're having a great summer. Folks, we'll take one more introduction. I want to note that Marilyn Gardner is with us from Yellowknife, which sent me a note. She won't be speaking this morning because she doesn't want to wake her family who are still asleep. It's probably still the wee hours of the morning there. Marilyn, great to have you with us this morning, and you're going to have opportunity to chat later on in the session today. Let's take one more introduction before we move on. Marianne, how about you? Marianne Stevens, who's on the outdoors there.
Yes. Is my camera still on?
No.
I'm trying to turn it on, but it's not working.
That's
Share my webcam. Right. That's different. Sorry. I'm still sleepy too. I'm in Winnipeg this morning. I'm hiding out on my mother's back porch. Well, she's still asleep, I think. So I live in St. John's, but can you hear me?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, okay. I live in St. John's, but my husband and I have been taking a road trip, a little bit of sort of adventure, I guess, in COVID time. But my son is going to school in Saskatchewan in September next week. And so we decided that we would drive him to school. So that's what we've been doing for the last 10 days, and we'll be doing for another 10 days before we get back to St. John's. But I'm very excited. I'm going into year 2 of my MTS program, and the last year has just been really quite fun, as well as a year of, I think, personal growth, and a lot of re-examination of just, some previously held beliefs and opinions, and working through some personal challenges. So I'm excited to see where this year goes, because every course seems to be a little bit of a, I would say, a mountain hike. And you get about halfway up and you think, am I really going to be able to get through this? And then you get all the way up and it's like, wow, I can't believe I got there. So, and the view from the top is just amazing. So I'm looking forward to this year. And what was the last thing you said that we should share?
Oh, just anything personal that you want to? And
Oh, well, that was the personal, I guess. Yeah.
yeah.
I'm married and I have 3 children. And I suppose this year will be a little bit different for us, because my husband, after 30 something years working as a career engineer like Terry, has decided that he's ready for a personal change as well, and he is going to be a full-time student in September. So we're going to have 5 of us in our family, our 3 children, plus some 2 parents as full-time students. So that's going to be a little bit of a change for
Indeed.
sure.
Yeah.
Indeed, yes. Yes.
Share your crayons and those kinds of things.
Yeah, he's not really too good at sharing his pens. He has a special brand of pens he likes. So we're gonna have to see how that works out.
Great to have you
Yeah.
with us, Marianne. Thanks for
Thank you. Great to be here.
Good. Folks, I can't help but comment on it, and with such joy, the scope of students that we have, the backgrounds of people, as you've introduced yourselves. Some we know from past, some are new, but just geographically, we have a reach already this morning from Yellowknife to Greece, and wow, isn't that something? And the scope of denominational backgrounds and life experience and academic backgrounds is just so wonderful. What a wonderful drawing together the community is, and we'll all grow from that. Welcome again to you all. We'll continue with some introductions later on in the morning, but for now, I just want to take some time to highlight some things that I have a duty to bring to your attention as you engage. A few things here on the first page, and this is the material that I sent to you. In fact, I made a few revisions, so we'll be resending it again. But I want to draw your attention, first of all, to make sure that you're well connected with us. And so there are links on that first page of the material that you got. Like, really important for you to be on the Mon Safe app. That gives information that Memorial University wants everyone and anyone who's connected with it to receive. When campus is open and we're here, it's important, you know, if things are closed because of a snowstorm or what have you, that we have that information as well. But there are lots of other things that come on the Mon Safe app, so please download that on your devices. Connect to us online. Our website is there. Most of you have come across that already and already are connected with us using your email and what have you. Like us on Facebook, share what we're sending out with others. You know, we send out a lot of things that are informative about the college, but that are informative about life and about mission and ministry and what have you. Please share it. It's part of our effort to reach beyond the corner of Higgins Line and Prince Philip Drive. And as your presence with us today verifies, I think we're doing pretty good at that. Twitter again. Now I'm saying join all these things. You know what I got to tell you? I'm not on any of those things myself. I'm not a social media person, although I'm sure my name gets thrown out there lots of times for one reason or another from what I hear. Just want to make note and for you to be aware that almost everything or anything that you need to know is in about Queen's and our programs. All the official policies about your courses, your programs and so on are in the calendar. The calendar exists in several forms. It's been printed in hard copy. It's online at this link, and then under the different headings as you move through matters that you'd be searching for. So those are a few things. Take time today and over the next a couple of days to firm up your connections with Queen's College. The orientation schedule was on the slide. I don't need to review that with you again, but it was for your information at that time. I do want to, in a moment, just draw attention to things that aren't as relevant to any of us now, hardly, except a few of us who are here on campus. But we do have a responsibility to make people aware of matters pertaining to fire and safety. It's in this book. When we come back on campus, we'll be reminding you of things such as how to evacuate the building, what you're supposed to do and not do, particularly not use elevators and those kinds of things, and also where our muster point is if we happen to have a fire or other matters going on at the college, and it would be on parking lot 62, which is adjacent to Spencer and Field Hall. We all know that a few times in the past, just about every year, we'll have one occasion when we got a bailout for some reason or other. Usually it's that someone in the anthropology lab has made some kind of a spill of a chemical, and we all have to evacuate for that reason. Just want to mention some of the health and safety things. They're presented to us by the university, but I just note them for your attention here. We're scent free and those types of matters. I'm not going to spend any time on it. You can read as well as I can. When we do reopen on campus, which hopefully will be at least by the winter semester, we'll be reviewing all of these things with everyone. Parking is a nightmare just about everywhere, but we do have change in some of the parking regulations this year, and the information is on the websites at those links. But what we typically do here at the college is have parking permits for full-time students can purchase if they have a vehicle, and also ones that are available for part-time students who can come in and sign them out for the session that they're here for, and then return it so that it can be recycled with someone else the next day. I sent you an email earlier on in the week, but I'm not going to review that right now. Some of the content will come up later on, and we'll have a quick look at it as kind of our wrap-up, or my wrap-up with you later on in the day, to make sure that we've covered off everything that you need to know. One thing that I will mention, though, at this time is that please keep us up to date on your email. MON has a policy that all registered students, and we follow MON's policies on these things, that all registered students have a single email, and it's the student's responsibility to keep us abreast of what your current email is. And what my suggestion is for people who are doing theology and going into ministry, to have your own email. We can issue a Queen's College email to you, and that's a good one, an important one to use for accessing some of the services that you will need as a student, particularly accessing the library online. We'll talk a bit about that later in the session as well, and then in orientation on academic research. Folks, what we have here on the screen now, well, I should pause for a moment to see if anyone has a question or comment or observation that you want to bring in at this time. Okay, if not, then I'll push on and try to make best use of the bit of time that we have. So what we have here on the screen is are some what I'd call our foundational documents, our philosophy, and this lays out with us and for us how we view ourselves and our purpose in the church, in the community, and in the broader world. I'll let you take a few moments to have a look at it.
Rick, can you make it a little bit larger for ease of reading?
Yeah, it's in the material I sent out, so people
okay, they've got it fine. No problem.
Yeah, but I'll make it a bit larger without it being cumbersome to handle on the screen.
Thank you.
So this, there's some words and terms here that you'll hear coming about over and over again as you're with us in our programs. you'll hear things about mission and ministry and Christian faith community and our baptismal call and enrichment of personal spirituality. All those things are terms that will continue to give you a sense of who and what we are, not as something that's separate from yourselves, but when I say who and what we are, that is inclusive of you. We are what you are. We are a faith-based learning community. It's dynamic. Every one of you are in a process of discernment. Every one of us are in a process of discernment. None of us have arrived yet. That's the beautiful part of it. We're all on our way to something, and as we have insights, as we have discoveries, as we rethink some of our previous positions on it, because it's something we read in a book, heard from a lecture, or came across in our own discussions and conversations with one another, or our deeper personal reflections, it prompts and nudges a bit of change. And as one of us change, we all are influenced by that.
And we're totally ecumenical, Provost.
Yes, important for us to say, and thanks for bringing that back to us, David, that the broader Christian community is not equivalent to being any particular denomination. A beautiful contribution of the Anglican Church, rooted in the Church of England, is Queen's College. And the broader approach to theology offered by Anglicanism is an embrace and an openness to all. And I think we are doing that well on behalf of the church in Newfoundland and the broader Christian community. Last year we had, over the course of the year, people from 9 different faith groups participate with us in different courses and programs at Queen's College. Some are part-time, some are full-time. Some are preparing for ordination, some are preparing for lay leadership roles, some are pursuing it for their academic and intellectual edification. So we have certainly an important part of our program is to help people prepare for ordained ministry. And so we point out the importance of that. And everyone grows, those preparing for ministry and those preparing for other, or studying for other purposes, lay leadership or academic edification. Everyone grows by engaging with one another. We emphasize academic excellence, professional competence, personal growth, spiritual development. We have a statement of mission. It spells out a lot of things in what we do. The few bullets there are the task of the college, therefore is, points out that role. The roles for preparing people for ordained, for lay ministries. Encourage and facilitate integration of knowledge, skills, and experience with personal faith in order to foster a growing spirituality. You know, one of the things that I try to emphasize to people in my own pastoral studies courses is that what we do in mission and ministry, what you do in pastoral care, has to be different than what you would do as a professional in any other area. There has to be a distinctiveness to it. That's what it is to be a professional. That there's a distinct body of knowledge, a distinct code of ethics, a distinct way of doing things. And so other professions, many people in other careers and professions do great work. They do great mission and ministry, but pastoral care should be unique. And that's the bringing together of the knowledge base, the skill base, which, you know, are shared by other professions. How you counsel, how you listen, how you communicate, those are skills used in other wonderful professions, nursing, social work, psychologists, and what have you. But the pastoral delivery of those services has a faith base, a faith sensitivity to it, a spiritual component. That's the energy of our profession, we might say, is the spiritual connectedness that we have with God, with Jesus Christ, with one another, the community aspect. So we move on. I emphasize again an important to the life of Queen's College, and it's there in that fourth bullet from the bottom, the promotion of an Anglican identity whose community life is punctuated by its liturgical life as an educational institution within the Anglican Church of Canada, with a residential model of learning for those in preparation for ordination. I want to point out there that the Anglican Church of Canada, or the three Anglican dioceses in Newfoundland, sponsor Queen's College, and they offer Queen's College to the broader church, Anglican Church, but the broader Christian church and to the broader community. And so, as I say, we are part of the mission of the Anglican Church, the Anglican Communion, and part of that is to offer opportunities for theological education, pastoral training, and engagement in community to others. So those are some of the things. You can have a look through them all in your own good time. And we have what we call core values for our community. Those are things that can really help us at times to look at what, are we doing what we are about? And 4 values are described here. You can you handle them on your own, but or read them on your own. We are Christ-centered. We believe that Jesus calls us to live the gospel in our daily activities. It goes on from there. We recognize that our vocations and professions call us to bear witness to Christ in our personal lives and involvements within the community of Queen's College and beyond. Commitment. We are committed to Christ and his church. We participate in activities and programs to assist, discern personal growth and professional development. And it goes on from there. I'll give you a moment to have a look at it. We value development. That's why we can say that none of us have fully arrived. We are all developing, we are all growing, we are all discerning. We state it this way: we ascribe to a holistic philosophy of formation for ministry. This summons us to strategic and development endeavors to optimize spiritual growth, relationships, learning, and personal wellness. And you can read on from there yourselves. And collegiality. We recognize that individuals and groups within the college community and within the church have distinct gifts, roles, and authority. We also believe that it is an asset to the individuals and organizations when everyone demonstrates respect, collaborates on projects, consults and shares in decision-making, participates in a common vision, and takes responsibility for their involvement. We commit the college community to afford everyone an experience of mutual respect, support, and cooperation. We must participate in dialogue and ventures with organizations beyond the college and the church. So, at your leisure, you can have a look through these foundational documents. I mention again the academic calendar. Later on this morning, we'll have the Dean and Dr. Rebedo will talk a bit about academic integrity, really important. It's in a lot of the material we send to you and share with you, especially in orientation, because academic integrity is about how you will take what others offer us and integrate it into your thinking, into your writing, and into your academic work, and give credit to others appropriately. It's about the word it's used, for those who aren't familiar with it, when we take somebody else's work and use it in part or in whole as our own, is plagiarism. It's you might say, a mortal sin within academics. Dr. Bell and Dr. Rebedo will talk about it in more detail as when they cover on the session today. Carmel will spend a little bit of time talking about the evaluation process for those who were preparing for ordination to priesthood in the Anglican Church of Canada, so I won't take time on that now. Father John later on today will take time on the chapel and spiritual matters and go into it in a bit more detail than I've done here, but it's a very important part of our programs, and we invite people to participate. Not only those who are preparing for ordination, but those who, by the study of theology and pastoral studies, discover that they want to go a bit deeper into spiritual matters for themselves. We have some online worships organized for our faith community for the fall semester. These are happening each week. And so you're all invited to participate in them. These are the links for the community prayer times. And we have days of awareness. They will be done online as well, one each month. And that first one is next Friday from 9 till 12. Again, it's the same link, and we truly encourage people to attend and participate in the days of awareness. They're times to have opportunity for prayer and reflection and what have you. That material I sent to you. I also want to note that I included in the material and added to it, and in our calendar since I sent that one out, I'll be resending the revised one. It emphasizes that those who are doing webinar courses, by registering for them, as you know, as we're doing today, we are recording our session. And when we record it, then those who make comments or those who have their cameras on are recorded as well. And sometimes the issue comes up of whether or not people will have to give consent to be recorded. So we drafted a statement and had it reviewed by our lawyers and what have you, and that's included now in the materials that we're distributing, and on the new course selection form. That by selecting webinar courses, it's implicit that you agree to being recorded, because that's essential for our distribution of the materials to students who weren't present to a class, or somebody who wants to review the class. You can do that. You might attend, but you found it complicated or heavy and what have you, you wanted to review it, then you just will have the recording and you'll be able to review it. So I just want to make note of that. We've never had an issue with anybody not wanting to be recorded, but we felt that it's important to build it right into to what we're doing. Folks, I'm just going to pause for a moment to see if anyone has a question, and then we're going to take a break for a little bit before we get into the matters academic. Any questions, comments?
I have a question.
Yes, go ahead.
With regards to the email provided to MUN, they currently have our personal Hotmail account. Would it be your suggestion to give them our Queen's College email?
Well, if you receive correspondence from them on your Hotmail one, that will be fine. When we, through our office, go to set up your connections for the library, Dana will give you instructions on whether or not you need to have a Queen's College email address, or whether your Hotmail one will work. Okay, Dana looks after all that stuff, and she does a great job on it. So, I'm not the best person to give you an answer on that. I'll confuse it. But if what you have there is working, no need to change it until somebody with authority tells you to change it. Okay? And they'll tell you why you need to change it. John, you have a question or something?
Okay. For midday prayer, I'm going to jump in now while I got the chance. Marianne, would you read our scripture today? And it's John 1, 1-28. It'll be on the screen.
Sure.
Terry, you lead the psalm. I'm asking Derek if you'll be our voice, which is always in red. And Karen, if you'd lead our intercessions. And it'll all be on the screen. Anybody object?
Sure. Yeah, no problem.
Good. Okay, that's all. Thanks.
Good. John, if you wanted to send them the copy so they can have a look through it, particularly anyone who's doing scripture reading, they might want to look through it to be comfortable with it before reading it. You can just send it to them on email. They'll grab it then during the break.
Okay, we'll try that.
Okay. Good.
Okay, good.
Good. Folks, anything else from before we move on to our break? Okay, it's well, it's about 10 after now, and when we come back, we're going to get into the academic matters with Dr. Bell and Dr. Rebido. So, would 10 minutes be adequate for a break, considering that it's online and that you're not going to be having to line up to get a coffee or anything? You're all have the great convenience of being able to sit probably in your kitchen today and sip your coffee as you're doing it. I need time to grab one myself, but so let's give it 10 minutes. So 10 minutes from now, by my watch, it's now 10:08. So let's come and say 12 minutes. Let's come back at 10:20. Okay. I will turn off all the microphones. And I'll also stop my my screen showing because I need to check some email and what have you. No, who is yeah. Who?
Michael, whatever his last name, Orami or whatever. He keeps sending me emails. He came here. He wants to introduce himself. So I told him you'd make contact with him.
Yeah, good.
I told him I'm not in the session.
Yeah.
I think that was the only one that I've been hearing from.
Okay. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Got a lot of students online?
Yeah. Yeah.
It sounds like it.
Yeah. Hi, Michelle. You're there? You can hear me? Good. I can't hear you, but I can see your mouth and you're sipping and said yes and what have you. John is there. Okay, I got to reply to some email that I got on the go here. Oh God, I wanted to talk to you, but I didn't find you.
Okay.
Yeah, no, okay, then you, okay. Be good then. Yeah.
The other thing is it possible to make the person who's speaking larger?
No, not unless everyone else turned off their, you know, just
Okay,
divides
that's
it up.
fine, that's
But
fine.
you can do it on your own by
Oh,
just,
I know, yeah,
putting on,
yeah.
view who's speaking. Actually, I should mention that when we
Yeah,
come
so
back.
that, like, for example, if David's gonna be
Yeah,
talking,
yeah.
rather than looking at that little tiny thing, it'd be better if they
Yeah,
could, you know.
yeah. Well, that's how it works. It's either, you know, because we all do that individually. I can't do that as a setting, right?
Okay,
Yeah,
just let them know.
yeah.
Okay, great, thanks.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, thanks for mentioning that. Okay, so we're ready.
David, can you hear me? It's John.
I can hear you, John.
Oh, I can hear
No,
you.
David,
Yep.
okay. No, I sent you for midday prayer.
Yeah,
If you would,
I sent you an email back saying sure.
okay.
I'm
I'm on home, so.
We're Gregory the Great, are we not?
No, it's according to McCausland, today's the 3rd,
Yeah.
and it's Robert Wolfall.
Gregory the Great was my showed up on mine this morning, but anyway.
Gregory the Great is one.
He should be, and I don't know why he isn't. But anyway, they put it in because it's the first recorded Anglican service in Canada.
So I have no information on him whatsoever. I only have FAS only has Gregory the Great.
Okay, I sent it to you as an email, as an attachment.
I haven't got it. No, I haven't got anything. No, I haven't got anything from you further on an email. If you have the information, I'll do it, but you need to send it to me.
Okay, we'll do it again.
Okay.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
Okay, folks, we're going to get back at it. David is now going to be on for the academics. Folks, if you're back with us, I ask that you turn on your webcams if you want. I want to draw attention to a couple of little functions on the webcam stuff as well. And that is that you will notice on the top of the screen where all the webcams are showing up that you have some options there. One of the things it does is let you know who's talking. But then next to that, there's typically a set of icons. If you click on the button there on the arrowhead, it will let you view everyone, which is what I have on now for myself. But everybody can set that for themselves. So you can set view who's talking, which would then be, if you were to click that one now, you'd see only me, which makes the screen a good bit, my image a good bit larger. I'm not sure if that's good or bad. Bad, I would say. And then it can be set that you would view only the presenter, which would mean that regardless of who is talking, that you would only see me. I'm the presenter on this one. Or you can hide all webcams so that they're gone altogether. So those are the options that you have under that one. There's also gives you next to that is the button that's the icon that's shaped like a movie camera, and it there again gives you some options and some preferences that you can set up for yourself on how you are seen and those types of things, and in fact what camera you're using. Oftentimes that's a problem that people run into. They may have two webcams, maybe the one that's built into your laptop, which is closed, and you have another one which is hooked up to your monitor. And so if you're not, your webcam is not showing, or showing only a black box, it's probably that the wrong camera is hooked up to this session. And so that's where you would go to change that. You'd go into your preferences. And the other one is screenshot. So if, for instance, you want to take a snap today of all who are on there to put it in a newsletter or something like that, that's what you would do, is take it as a screenshot. So
Rick,
yes.
Rick,
Yeah.
on mine, I don't know if anybody else has got any of that, but on this, all I have is like the all the shots up top, your slides. Over on the side under settings, if I hit touch webcam and then go off to the side, webcam is there and it says you're broadcasting, and it tells me which camera I can choose to stop sharing. But the only other options I have is to have my webcam position in the top or the bottom if I hit that, or hide the webcams. I don't seem to have anything else there.
Okay, yeah, I'm not, it probably comes up a bit different on different models of computers and so on.
Okay, I won't belabor it. That's just that's fine.
Actually, the point is, and it's a good one, to play with it yourselves. Figure out what it does and how it works for you and your computer. That's the important thing, rather than it being, you feeling that you can't play around where you can. and find what works for you and click on the buttons and play with it. You won't tangle up anything for anyone else. If you get lost, just sign out and sign in again. Okay?
Okay, thanks.
Thanks for that, Carmel. So, folks, what we're going to do is move on with the next part of our session, and it's we're moving into matters academic. Found this little cartoon, I thought it'd be worthwhile. What did we cover in class last week? The instructor says it's all in the syllabus. What's your late homework policy? It's all in the syllabus. When are your office hours? It's in the syllabus. How will my grade be computed? It's in the syllabus. And we could say the same for it's in the calendar and it's on the website. So it's all there, but to have it presented with much more gusto, we'll have Dr. Bell, who's our Dean of Theology, introduced him a little bit earlier on, and more introductions for him and for Dr. Michelle Rebedeau when we have Meet the Faculty right after lunch, or at 1 o'clock. So I'm going to throw it to Dr. Bell and Dr. Rebedeau now. David and Michelle, I'll ask you to take it away, and I can open the calendar if you want, so that we can turn to different sections as we move through. And in fact, as you speak, I'll probably scroll up the calendar to the areas that you're speaking about when it applies.
Okay, then let me begin. As Dean of Theology, my business in the college is to keep an eye on academics, on academic standards, and indeed academic integrity. But we expect you, all of you who are students, young or old in this college, we expect you to use your brains. We do not go for the verbal inerrancy of scripture. In other words, we're not a fundamentalist Bible thumping college, and we've got brains in our heads, and we expect you to use them. I will tell you why. If you remember the verse in Genesis, it says God created men and women in his image, then where is that image to be found? Since God is in fact invisible and eternal, it has to be in something invisible and eternal. So it can't possibly be in the human body, which is certainly visible, or sometimes all too visible, and certainly not eternal, because it tends to go moldy, and as you get to my age, bits keep falling off. So it has to be something which is not, which is invisible and eternal. That, of course, is the human soul. That is where the image of God is to be found, but not just in the human soul, but in the rational soul. And not just in the rational soul, but in the highest part of the rational soul, that part of the soul that distinguishes us from all the animals, with the exception of cats. But in the highest part of the rational soul, there is the image of God. And if we are to claim our status as images of God, we are required to use those brains which distinguishes us from all the other creatures, put us just a little lower than the angels, and actually liken us to our Creator. So it is, in fact, a Christian duty to use our brains, to examine the facts of the faith, to argue, to dispute, to consider, to investigate as thoroughly as we possibly can, as absolutely thoroughly, in detail, with logic, with learning what the faith teaches. As it says in, I think, 1 Peter, we are required to give a reason for the hope that is in us. It is not just, we do not in this college go for blind faith. We go for what one of my friends, Michael Langford, who died recently, used to call unblind faith. In other words, we need to see clearly where we're going. And if somebody says to you, why do you do this? Why do you worship this? Or why do you do this particular thing? You must be able to give a reason, and a good reason, why you should do so. The Anglican tradition, like all traditions, is based on faith, on scripture and tradition and reason. Now, the various denominations have put different emphasis on these three aspects. The Orthodox Church, for example, which I was a member for 45 years, puts huge emphasis on tradition, very little emphasis on reason, and emphasis, but nevertheless, a good emphasis on scripture, and the other churches in different ways. But the Anglican Church talks about the three-legged stool in which each leg is the same length as the others. Sometimes attributed to Richard Hooker, though he did not in fact use the phrase himself. What it means is that each part of each leg of that stool is absolutely essential to the other two legs. And if you have one leg which is longer than the other two, then it's not going to be a comfortable seat. And those three legs of the three-legged stool are scripture, tradition, and reason. In other words, for the Anglican tradition, reason is an essential part of the faith and it is essential to use it. So we, in fact, will be the courses that you take in this college are designed to help you do that, to help you to think originally, to help you prepare things with critical analysis, to help you guide you in how to do research, to how, for example, to use peer-reviewed journals, how to use the superb resources of the Munn Library, to use books such as this one, which in fact just came out recently, as you can see. A splendid tome, a very, very fine piece of work indeed. And this sort of material will be, some of it will be available to you. There's a huge amount available online. And in a moment, Dr. Rebidu will be talking to you about the courses that she'll be giving you on research methods and to mention something about the library as well. Now, I'm going to mention something about grades to you. There has been in the past something of a hyperinflation with regard to grades, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not going to deny it. And grades in the 90s have not been too unusual. That you may find not quite the thing now in the future. We're going to put more emphasis on originality in thinking. We're going to put more emphasis on critical analysis. In other words, if you play what I would call the parrot game, in other words, you simply look at the PowerPoint presentations and then, like a good and intelligent parrot, merely repeat everything that has been said in your papers or in your oral examinations or whatever examination form it is, and then expect to get 90% for that, you will not. The parrot would, but you wouldn't. You will need to use your brains, those God-given images of God. You will need to use them critically. You will need to use them originally, and you will need to use them with integrity. In other words, in your papers, in your answers, whether they be oral or written, if you use other people's materials, we will expect you to indicate that you're using other people's materials and not try to pass them off as your own. Because if you try to pass them off as your own, we take you out into the parking lot in front of the college and we burn you at the stake slowly. Now, academic integrity is absolutely essential. We have to, in other words, all I'm asking you to be in this manner is to be honest. To be honest. It's a Christian virtue. And indeed, if you're Buddhist, being dishonest gives you bad karma and you come back as a dog instead of a cat. So be careful about that. Be honest with yourselves, be honest with other people, be honest with your sources. And that is what we're going to be looking for. And I'm asking all the instructors, every single one of them, over these next weeks when you're starting up your courses, to be stricter and more demanding than they have been in the past with regard to original thinking and with regard to critical analysis and with regard to academic integrity. And if, as Dean now, if I see marks coming in at 92 or 93 and 94 or 99%, I shall ask the instructor to explain herself or himself in this matter, because I think it's most unlikely that although you are all good, although you're all very good, you are not all geniuses. So don't expect always to get the highest mark simply for repeating what your instructor has told you. We require more than that. I'm going to hand over now to Dr. Rebidu, because she is the one who teaches the courses on research methods. I wanted to introduce that. And I wanted to say something to you also about the library situation. And when she's done that, then I'll come back and say a word or two at the end of it. Michelle, over to you.
Okay, so with regard to the library situation, all Queen's students, if you don't already have it, you will get a MUN library card, or a MUN library number anyway, you will have library access. Unfortunately, the library, I'm not exactly sure what the new policy is. We're gonna have to look into what the new policy is for the fall term, whether you can visit the library or at what point you can visit the library if you happen to be in St. John's. But in any case, on campus, online, you will have access to a vast number of journals, reference books. The library at MUN has a fantastic collection in religious studies and theology. So when I do the research methods, it'll basically be recorded as a couple of videos, and then you can watch them. The research, what is it called? Academic research methods. And so everybody's required to watch those videos. It'll talk a little bit about how to access sources in the library, but it'll talk about a lot of other things as well. So I'll basically discuss, first of all, how to go about writing a paper, right from figuring out how to develop a guiding question, how to look for sources, how to use your sources to make sure that you're not plagiarizing, how to make best use of your sources. So when to summarize what you need to say, when to paraphrase, when to use direct quotes, how to structure it, even physically. Also, I'll show a couple of techniques for, well, more than a couple, some techniques for working through writer's block. A whole range of things, figuring out who your audience is, a whole range of things will be covered in the research methods videos. So those will be coming out in a little bit. I still have to record them. I have the PowerPoint shows. I normally would do them on campus as a webinar, but I've been asked to record them this year. So basically they'll be available soon for you. I think that's about it.
Good. Well, I just want to take a moment to add a few things, and then Carmel might as well. Thank you, David, and thank you, Michelle, for your input and advice.
Can I
speaking about our standard.
May I just add a couple of other things to conclude this for Michelle? First of all, don't think that academics and the demand for academic integrity, etc., is something divorced from the spiritual tradition or from the contemplative life which the college also teaches. What is theology? According to the Venerable Bede, who lived in the 7th century, 7th century, theology is simply the contemplation of God. And that involves, of course, not just thinking about God, but thinking about God critically, thinking about God carefully. We won't be able to penetrate into the interior of God, since our human minds are finite and God is infinite, and the finite can't comprehend the infinite. But although God may not expect us to succeed in knowing him totally, he does expect us to try. Another great saint in the 5th, 4th century, a man called Evagrius of Pontus, when he was asked to define what is a theologian, he said a theologian is one who truly prays, and one who truly prays is a theologian. So theology, prayer, the contemplative life, critical thinking, critical analysis, being honest with yourselves are all part and parcel of the same thing. And that is what we teach or try to teach here in the college. And what I would say finally, before I hand it back to the provost, is that if you need to contact me for any reason whatsoever, do so. I'm online all the time, and there is no bad time except early in the morning when I'm feeding the cat. But apart from that, Anytime if anyone at all needs to get in contact with me, I am available all the time. I don't have office hours or hours on my office hours. So feel free to contact me if I can be of any assistance to you in any way whatsoever. Rick, over to you.
Great. Thanks, David. And thanks again, Michelle. Yeah, a couple of things I just wanted to mention back to the library access at the university. Mon has not made any decision yet about students accessing the library because of the COVID-19 restrictions and what have you. Everybody has access to way more than is available at the library by being online using your Mon account or other research platforms that you might use. But Mon Library is an excellent one, and so please do that. Instructors will be keeping an eye to your use of research and sources in your papers and what have you. So that's an important piece of it, because it's an important piece under our accreditation as a theological school in the Association of Theological Schools for Canada and the United States. Michelle will record sessions about academic integrity and research methods and what have you, and they'll be available to you, but not just to view on your own. We're putting a couple of extra student support services in place this year, or continuing to build on the ones that we had. One is having Dr. Ann Cody available for the student academic support to really provide coaching one-on-one or to small groups with regard to doing your actual research paper and writing a paper and what have you, especially on the front end of it. If haven't been a student for a long while, or your area of study has been in another area, maybe science or something, so you discover that when you get into your first few classes and you get the syllabus and you're told what you have to do for your evaluation, you kind of feel, oh my God, I'll never be able to write papers like that and all this kind of stuff. The first stop then can be with Dr. Carmel Doyle, and she will put you in touch with Dr. Cody, who is our hands-on go-to person to provide individual students or small groups, if they want, with a bit of advice and support in how to go about researching your paper and writing it. And she'll help also then by coaching you in the actual writing and proofreading and that to get you settled into it. So that's an important resource. So if you're starting to feel as you get into your courses, this is all heavy and so demanding and so on, make sure that you what you do is avail of the services that are there. The second thing that is in place is that on Monday afternoons, and Dr. Carmel Doyle will describe it again in a few moments, or describe it in more detail, but we've put a section in the timetable on Monday afternoons. It's a forum that Carmel will facilitate, so students can come together and have some time to chat about the academic work, their overall kind of feelings as they're moving through the academic and the entire program as far as that goes. It's a time for people to come and to chat and to engage and to, especially on the front end of the semester, to explore doing the academic work that needs to be done. Carmel, I'll pass it to you for a few moments to comment on those aspects of it.
Thanks very much, Rick. For many of you, your beginning study, maybe some of you for the first time at this kind of a way, and for others of you from a totally different discipline, or for those of you who have been doing something similar, it's been a long, long time. Things change over time. The approaches, the expectations, the resources. But before you start to get feeling that you've been out at sea in the middle of a storm and somebody threw you over without even a life vest on, the important piece is to get yourselves organized for the semester, figure out in this new home space attending an academic institution how you're going to organize your time, And another piece is how you do academic reading and how you take notes on academic reading. Now, all of those are skill sets. I'll be looking at those during the month, early part of the month of September. So or maybe all the way through September. So we'll be looking at the whole notion of how do I organize? And it'll look different for each one of you, but it's important to organize because we have particular demands set out, we have expectations, and even though the classes will be online, this year we're using the Go to Training, which is a little different than Go to Meeting because it allows for small group breakouts where if there's reading been assigned, you will be assigned to small groups, sometimes to discuss that, to bring forth questions. So there will be accountability, but in a different way. So the important thing is to make sure that you are organized and you know how to take some of those notes. I'll be working with you on those skills right up front for anyone who wants them. For anyone who feels they have them, you can do a brush up, or if you feel, look, I'm okay with that, that's fine. That's your choice as well. But putting the whole piece into a larger perspective. Those of you who've been at the college know that I'm prone sometimes to talk about taking different viewpoints. One viewpoint is the one we're right in the middle of it, right here, right now. Another one is to take a step back, like you would if you were going to take a picture with your cell phone. And you say, okay, I'm no longer in this, I'm looking at this. Another one, which would take the whole thing in and not separate you from it, would be if you had a drone sort of flying overhead and seeing what was going on. So I'm going to be providing in those Monday afternoon sessions a drone view for you so you can get the big picture of what's happening and not get stuck in any one piece or any one element of one piece of things. And again, to put it in the context not just of the college, but of your call, however clear or unclear that is right now. Those of us who are followers of Jesus and who wish to bear the good news of the kingdom to others know that we have to have solid spiritual roots. And one of the ways to nurture those spiritual roots is through practice, spiritual practice. You may wonder, where is she going with this? Well, here's where I'm going with this. As a student, your duty in life as a student is to study, to read, to think, to write, and to converse with others. For you as a student, that work is part of your spiritual practice. If you are going to be faithful to following Jesus at this part of the journey, you are called to read, to take notes, to think, to question, to discuss, to write. So I don't want you to think that, oh my, I've got all this done and I can't do this and I can't do that and I can't do the other thing. This is what you are called to right now. So every time you look at that pile of books and say, oh God, I don't know if I can do that, remind yourself that this is part of how you are being formed. For you don't know what's yet to come. I don't know what's yet to come. But all of this is part of providing you with that spiritual, intellectual, personal strength that you will need to continue in your own journey in such a way that you're open to others on theirs. So the academics are not apart from that. They are a part of that. And your fidelity to those academics is really and truly significant. So the sooner you set yourselves up what I would call almost like an academic rule of life, the better for you. So my initial probably 2 sessions in September will be on reading and note-taking and even questioning. How do I ask questions? What do I do with questions? So just to give you a sense that this is not all little separate entities that are seemingly unrelated. All of this is going into your formation as a believer, as a member of a tradition within the Christian church, and also as part of your preparation for or deepening of leadership and pastoral care within that community. So everything that we can do to make that journey a meaningful one, not just for now, but for then, we will do. And I really do, I'm going to say it many, many times, as students study, reading, writing, thinking and conversing is part of your spiritual practice. And know you are being faithful to your call by doing that. So, and as also, as Rick was saying, we'll do some of that immediate piece. And anyone who knows that they have an area that they need some work with, during those sessions or before them, you can email me anytime. And if there are particular things that seem to be coming up with 2 or 3 people, I'll focus on those kinds of skills, supports, either myself or most likely a lot of the time I will be getting Dr. Ann Cody to do that. She's helped several students to get that bigger picture so you don't get lost, like I said, out in the middle of the Atlantic, in the middle of a gale, thrown overboard with no life jacket. You don't need to go there because you can take advantage of all of the supports that we have at this college, and we really do have a lot of support. There are some of you who are online, I'm not asking you to self-identify, definitely not, who found themselves in deep, deep water, and who came out of it really quite well once they admitted they were in deep water, and they were able to get on with it. So that's just to give you a sense of the kind of sessions I'll be running. Plus, I'll just get a running sense of what we might need to add or to change, or it may even be that for a little bit, once I learn it a bit more, we'll all get used a bit to the go-to training together for the first, tiny bit of it. I think that's probably as much as I want to say right now. Rick?
Great. Thank you, Carmel. Anything else from you, David or Michelle?
Nothing from me. Everything is being covered, and I think covered extremely well. Thanks to Carmel and to Michelle for the help there.
Great, thank you. So just to make the main points that I want everyone to remember is that there will be recordings on academic integrity and research methods. The links to those will be sent to you as soon as they're available, certainly within the first week. The second thing is that there are special forums for people to come together, and it's called the Academic and Student Program Forum. They're at 1:30 on Monday afternoons. We encourage students to attend those. And the other item that I wanted to emphasize, as I mentioned earlier, Carmel described it better than I did, is that we will have some services available for individuals, especially those who feel that they need some assistance and guidance in getting settled into writing papers and doing the academic work. That Dr. Ann Cody will be available as a coach for that. I also want to draw attention for those who are starting their programs to the course Methods for the Study of Theology. Reverend Rob Cook leads that course, and it's a great course to get you into how to do your academic work in theology, how to do theology, because it's different than doing human sciences or humanities or basic sciences and what have you. There are different aspects to the study of theology, as the Dean described so well, and why the study of theology. And so that's a great course, and those who are beginning will, I'm sure, find that a great rampway into your further and deeper studies in the area of theology. Folks, anyone have a question? Any students attending or any other faculty members have a question or comment or observation to share at this point?
I have a question. Where I still work full time, the sessions that Carmel's going to be leading. Will they be taped?
I guess so. Carmel, you can answer that. Who's asking that question?
It's Gail that's asking.
Yeah,
Gail.
I see you there, Gail. Yes, I will certainly tape those. And if there are a number of you, if it's just you, well, I'll tape them. And depending upon what you feel your particular concerns might be, if there are others like you, I might have a second session for you, like after you've seen the recording, to ask for clarification or for help with that, because sometimes you get so much on a recording, but you want to ask a question. So I'll provide some time certainly for you or for anybody else, but it'll be one time so that that we can meet for it. Maybe, well, we'll figure that one out, because depending on where people are, like we've got people in different spaces and places. Just for interest's sake, is there anybody else who is working full time during the day who's on?
I guess not. Okay, that's good then. Thanks, Carmel. Thanks, Gail, for asking that question. I'll note again, though, that this fall will be very different, and that's why we're putting in such effort to supporting the students. Normally, many of our students would be here on campus. We'd be having coffee together in the common room during the breaks and meals and what have you. So you'd be chatting about, or students would be, mentioning that they're finding it difficult to find resources, or not sure what they're expected to do in a particular assignment and what have you. And then because one person asks it, the instructor would likely address it to the whole class and what have you. It gets dealt with that way. This year we won't have any students on campus in the fall semester, and so that kind of chit-chat type of support that is so important won't be there. But we've had students, some students, Terry, for instance, is online. Terry's done a lot of courses now online, and over the past few years, we've found ways that we need to be continuing to engage with online students, and it continues to work well. The main thing is, in addition to what has been said, don't leave it till the night before it's due to get at it. You might not get a response when you need clarification on what does this mean, or discover you haven't got the resources and what have you. And the biggest thing, the thing we find most often as a problem, the dean and I have come across this oftentimes, people, are upset that their grade wasn't what they expected, and they've done a superb piece of work, except that they didn't do what the instructor asked them to do. It always amazes me when I'm grading papers, did they recognize the question that they were asked? And they go off on a tangent and do a wonderful piece of work, as people sometimes do when they're preaching. They go off on wonderful tangents where they talk about all kinds of things, except how this piece of scripture applies to the life in the 21st century for the fellow living in Southeast Bight or in Yellowknife, or wherever the case might be. Anyway, I'm going off on a tangent now, so I'm going to come back. And we have Father John, who's going to do some things on our spirituality and worship and all the things that are in the domain of the chaplain. So John, I'll ask you to first of all do a little bit of introduction of yourself, and secondly lead through what you have prepared. We have midday prayer planned for around 11:45, so if we have a few minutes extra, it'd be a good chance for us to do a few more introductions. I'll pass it to you, Father John.
Okay, well, I'll introduce myself first, and as Rick said, I'm Father John. Courage is my last name. I've been an Anglican priest 39 years now. Next year is a big one for me. I have an anniversary of my diaconate, my wedding, or our wedding, I guess, and my ordination as a priest. So it'll be a year of 40s. Right now it's the years of 39. I'm glad it's going to be next year, because at least I might be able to do something then with it. Chapel life at Queen's is very rich, and there's lots of opportunity to gather in the chapel, and it's laid out well. It's an opportunity. We can dim some lights, and we can do lots of things. But we don't have that gift right now. the normal that the college is used to and the community, as Rick just talked about, doesn't gather. And we don't have those cups of teas and those wonderful community meals. So we're now in new normal, and everything's been online. And I think we need to continue to find ways to build our religious community. Chapel life has always been, while we follow books that are printed by the Anglican Church of Canada mostly, that we still have an opportunity to share, to read scripture together, to share communion together, to sing hymns together. But all those things have changed. So we need to find new ways to make community. And that's going to be important. It's going to be challenging. On your timetable, you will see that there are 3 midday opportunities to gather together on Tuesday at 12, Wednesday at 12:15, and Thursday at 1, as well as 3 o'clock on Wednesdays again. And for those who are taking classes from me, there'll be opportunity to share in a closing worship as well, midday prayer. So those are some of the things that we do, but that community worship isn't mine. I might be the facilitator, I'm the chaplain, all those things, but that it's a community effort, and that students take the lead. After the first couple of weeks, as the new batch come in, and we're bringing back some of our former students or former who normally wouldn't be doing chapel at this time because they're on the internships. They're going to be with us, so that'll be good, and we'll be able to tap into their experiences, and they'll be able to help us along as well in our worship. So it's shared duties. We learn different ways to pray. Contemplative prayer is one that Father Gerald Westcott is going to begin with as he goes into his class on the spiritual formation. And we also have Lectio Divina. That's one Carmel tends to be very good at, and opens up scripture that we talk about and have some discussion. So there's different ways to come together as community and to worship. I think for those of us, chapel is going to be online, that we need to use that time then as a prayer time, and to set up an opportunity for yourself to, before you come on or while we're on, to be still, to use the time in a time of prayer. I'll be honest, watching somebody on a screen doing church or doing worship can be challenging. I know that I've experimented during all this pandemic time trying to find worship that spoke to me, and that just having a face doing it all, like I'm doing right now, doesn't speak to me really well. So we've got to find ways to incorporate ourselves, hence the platform that we have today, that when you'll see when we do midday prayer shortly, how we can do community as a group. That it's okay to be still, to be quiet. After the gospel today, there will be an opportunity just to be still, and it's a well-known gospel from 1 John, and so there's going to be words that are going to pop out at us, and we'll be still for a couple of minutes, or not a couple of minutes because it's deathly on it, but just give ourselves some time to reflect, to listen. The words of prayers that are written for us, that come from the Book of Common Prayer, which is a very traditional one. It's got a long life within the Anglican Communion, and has seen some revisions, particularly in Canada, which led to the Book of Alternative Services. But we also use another delightful book, and I don't know how good the camera is, but it's a wee worship book, and it's I think excellent because it's very contemporary and brings things forward that especially in its prayers, that it brings things forward that we can listen to. So it's not the same prayers over and over and over, that we try and grow it. Chapel space, if we were there, we try to make it a very respectful time, to respect each other, to be still, to let it be a place where you can go in and just be quiet for a little bit. For those of us online, I was trying to think of how you can make this space that you've got right now a holy space, because I'm talking to you from our family room. Our TV is right there. My chair is over there to your right. You know, you can see our piano is it's my left, but anyway, which have pictures of our family. So you know, it's a normal living space. Challenge to make it a holy place, but if you want to, and it's up to yourselves when we have those times, is to have a candle that you can light, or you can have a battery operated one that you place right next to your computer screen, so that it's reflective of this is just a quiet time, or to take out a Bible and to have it handy, just so you can use it, because everything will be on screen, but you might want to just have your Bible handy, but something just to make this little space in the midst of normal home or home life, or wherever, if you're coming to us from your office or your study, to make it a sacred place, maybe by using a candle. And that when I did spiritual direction, that was one of the things I kind of always encouraged, was the opportunity to use a candle representing Christ, the light of us. You know, he's the light of the world, but he's asking us to be lights to others. So I think that may help a little bit in building our community as well, that in building our worship space. We normally would have Eucharist at the college, and that's not going to happen. Hopefully, come next spring, when we come, or next winter rather, when we come back, that we'll be able to be back in our chapel and to share communion time, which is very important for us. We also have days of awareness, and traditionally the ordination stream students, they don't have much choice but to show up, but that it's open to all of you, no matter what you're in Whitehorse, or whether you're in Greece enjoying a beautiful hot sunny day. The days of awareness give us an opportunity to be still and to be reflective, to share. We share in worship, but we also share in conversation. We also share quiet time, and it's like a mini retreat, which is important. Part of our college life is at the end of term that we would normally have a retreat time. We didn't get that this past year, but you got to build this here if you're going to do that out there, and that's what our chapel life is about, what our worship is about, what our spirituality is about, and if you're open to God's Spirit, and listening to your stories, I'm just amazed at the richness of God's grace and how He's calling us at different times in our lives. I finished school when I was 16 and went to work, but by the time I was 25, I had done my studies and gone to university into seminary, and so I've had, as I said at the beginning, almost 40 years. Some of you will have not ordained ministries in your plan, but you're building your faith journey. Others are testing your faith journey now, seeing what God is saying to you. And sometimes just to say, we're waiting for the big kaboom, when in fact sometimes it's that still, quiet little voice that God is gnawing at us and saying, come on, come on, and pushing us out of our normal comfort zones into maybe a, a different normal and a different comfort zone. And so not to be afraid of God's call, and to use the opportunities that he gives us, particularly in our time when many people are struggling with what's on the go. For those who ever want to get in touch with me, I'm on the Queen's website, and my email is very simple. It's jjcourage, my name John James Courage, at mon.ca. And so if you have anything you need to get in touch with me about, to do so, and we can arrange a time if you need me to speak to you by phone or by a different medium, that we can do that as well. I encourage ordination students have to have a spiritual advisor, and that's important, somebody that you can talk to about your journey. If you don't have one, even if you're not in the ordination stream, but just a part of the college, it's important to find somebody that you can talk to about your journey. It could be your local clergy. It could be somebody that you can trust, who can say, look, I don't know what you're at today, but you're full of it. And to bring you back into where you need to be, and to just say, no, this, that this is, why don't you try this something different? And like I said, the candle, something different, which helps you to focus where you're supposed to be. And I think, very important as a part of our spirituality, as a part of our chapel life, our community life, our worship life. That you all have different rich traditions. I had the privilege of doing some fairly outreach ministry, I guess, with the Moravian Church here in St. John's. Bridget Slosh was a long-time pastor there with them. Bridget got ill, and I kind of took over from her so that they could at least have their Christmas worship, and we have some hymn singing and some prayer time, and try to do something Easter or Palm Sunday, Holy Week, that time. So there's a richness there. There's a richness for those who come from the Roman Catholic stream. David can speak well on the richness that would come from Orthodoxy. There's the richness for those who are part of Pentecostalism in their singing, which they can't do right now. And there's the richness in our tradition of choral evensong, when you just sit and listen to a choir do a great deal of work. There's lots of things on the internet. There's some very good things. There's some things that really speak to me, but they may not speak to you. You find what works for you, and God talks to us in the most simplest of ways. I have somebody who sends me a little thing, probably once a week or every 10 days, saying, I just heard this new song. And one was yesterday, and talked about raindrops on the roof, was the song, and right, and the words were very rich. So there's things that we can have that enrich our spiritual lives. That's primary. To enrich our worship life, that's equally as important, because when we have our spiritual life, our worship enhances that and gives us an opportunity then to reach out to others. Anybody got any questions?
John, just to say that we've had great experiences last year as we continue with our Tuesday community gathering online, well put together and sustained. And we're going to be working hard to make that experience there for our regular sessions. I showed you the schedule of that earlier on today. We'll be reminding you over and over about it, but also to encourage especially people who are new to the program and new to the college to participate. because it's always, whether we're talking about real time, in parishes and congregations and communities, getting sustaining the people who have been part of it is one thing. Making sure that we're welcoming to new people is a different thing. And so we really want to be open and embracing and welcoming and so on. And so if you aren't familiar with what we're doing, give it a whirl. And if you feel that we should and could be doing things a little bit differently to make it more welcoming for yourselves or for others, tell us that as well. That's important. But they're good experiences. And, in our time and in our age, it's really important that we discover new ways of doing things. I would always have at the start of the orientation session, and I didn't think it would be relevant today, but it is, and it comes to mind from what John was sharing with us. I would always emphasize at the start of the session, that sometimes when students here at Queen's College or in theology, or students in medical school, or students in nursing school or in social work school or other places, they will often say, in the real world, this is different. It's different in the real world. But this is the real world. This is very real. It's where people come together and where people connect. And whether we're doing it online or whether we're doing it cheek to jowl, as we would normally be doing when campus would be open, it is the real world. The cliche today that so many, or mantra of so many, is, it's a new normal. It's a new normal, which means it's a new real world for us, and we got to get used to that. And so discovering ways to engage and to engage effectively with one another online, being genuine with one another, and practice being a bit relaxed with one another online and being patient will be part of that. And so, we are whole person based program, the body, the mind, the spirit, the social aspect, the emotions, all of it is part of it. And so trying to do that online is important to us, and we will all grow, and we will all learn, and we will all help to enrich one another and enrich the community and enrich the world because of that. So just wanted to add that piece because I'd kind of intentionally left it out earlier, that aspect of the real world, but it certainly comes to mind. This is the real world, and we just need to be ready to embrace that new normal, as it's so often called these days, in a new and different ways. Wonderful thing is, of course, so many are already comfortable with the online stuff because they're doing it in their own families all the time and what have you. John, I'll pass it back to you.
Okay.
John,
Yes, Carmel.
before you begin, one piece of our chapel life that we have found in the past quite good is that normally in chapel we always had a little book just as you went inside the door where you could write down intentions for people to be prayed for. You wouldn't say what it was, but you could write down the name of a person, the first name, whether it was someone you knew in your own family or others that you knew who really needed prayers. And I think, we would, once in a while, we would read those. One time during the day, we would read those as people to be specifically prayed for by name. Now, we're not able to write in the chapel, but perhaps, John, if there were a list that could be there and we would know that at, one of the midday prayers for the week, we would read by first name only, the names of people who might be needing prayer or families who are suffering loss of a loved one through death or some things like that. But I think it would be a good thing for us to continue to pray, not just for one another generically, but specifically when there are particular issues.
Thanks for that, Carmel. And I just gave my email, so if there are, you can email me to my email and say can you remember John, who's having surgery next week, or whatever it is. And our good time to incorporate that then would probably be our Wednesday afternoon, our evening prayer, in which we can set aside the time to have intentions. So if you send me names, I promise you that we will remember them by name. So, and I'm writing that down as a part of what we need to be doing. Anything else? At the college, David is normally our college deacon who has a magic finger who can get people to do things by just moving that little finger and giving you that point and just reminding you that you're supposed to be somewhere. We're going to miss that kind of for the next little while, but we'll look forward to David and his finger, hopefully in the new year.
Anything else, John?
No, that's good. I talked fast.
If that be fine, if there's no other questions or comments, folks, let's continue on with some introductions, and then we'll be ready for midday prayer in a little while. So anyone who didn't have opportunity to introduce themselves before, we can take it up there. Faculty will have an opportunity to do that when we have meet the faculty at 1 o'clock. So who wants to? Nicole, how about you?
Hi there, everyone. I'm
just going to ask that anyone who is not speaking to turn off their microphone except the, well, Nicole right now.
I'm Nicole, and I used to live in Lab City. Now I'm staying and residing in St. John's, recovering from 2 strokes I had in February. So I apologize for the delay in speech. I'm looking forward to this year. I am in my 3rd year of my Bachelor of Theology. While taking courses, I will be receiving therapy from the Miller Center. I'm looking forward to finding my home church here, getting new congregation members. I have my 2 kids here in town with me. So it's quite the journey. I'm still unpacking and it's been quite overwhelming. But it's great weather. I had to cut off all my hair. It's so hot here on the island compared to Labrador. But here we are. So great to see you.
Great. Thanks, Nicole. And great that you're doing so well in your recovery. Blessings on you. Great. Okay. Who else wants to? Marie, how about you?
Hello, everyone. Hi. I'm Marie Smith, and I'm in Port Saunders on the Great Northern Peninsula. I'm currently deacon in charge of this parish and working online toward my Bachelor of Theology. It's going to be a long, hard process, but I'm going to forge forward, and hopefully with a lot of help from all of you at Queen's and some hard work, we'll get there. And it's a lot to take on, and working full time now. I'm also a retired from a medical lab assistant, and spent the last 7 years actually working for Philtree's Funeral Home here, and so I had to give that up in order to be able to take on this full-time deacon in charge position. So, and I'm happy to be back studying. I've just got a few courses left, I believe, to finish up my 1st year. I've already attained my associate in theology. Been a long time studying with EFM and then the diploma in theology and ministry, and now working on my bachelor's. So it's nice to meet all of you.
Great to have you, Marie. Great.
Thank you.
Great. Wonderful. Thanks again. Okay, who else would like to do their introduction? Everyone shy?
I haven't met Kim, so just Father
Kim.
John.
Hi, my name's Kimberly, but I go by Kim, and I'm looking forward to the program. I'm a member of Parish to Holy Trinity.
Right, and welcome. Good to have you with us. Folks, you might discover if you have a kind of a tapestry of cameras there now, if you put your mouse on any one of them and click on it, you can enlarge that person. Carmel asked me before if you can enlarge the person who's speaking, but you can either go to a setting if you can find it to view who's talking, or enlarge that, do it that way yourself. Let's see who else we haven't heard from. I've kind of lost. Elizabeth, I introduced you earlier, but I'd like you to introduce yourself, do justice to it. Part of this wonderful embrace that we have today. Elizabeth is in Maine. We have people from Greece and Yellowknife and sprinkle across Canada, temporary and permanent. Elizabeth.
Okay, yeah, sorry I had to duck out and may have to do so again. It's always interesting getting used to the time difference, as everyone else I'm sure is aware. So my name is Elizabeth. I go by Elizabeth, and I have been taking classes off and on, and am now retired finally, fully retired end of February, right into quarantine time. So I've been spending the summer really trying to just kind of getting used to that and getting used to retirement, and I'm glad to be starting again. I have been a hospice physician for many years. That's all done, but it still obviously permeates my thinking and my life philosophy. But I live on a farm as well in Maine, so I'm really focusing a lot more now on environmental issues. I'm sure we'll talk more about that in our classes, and I'm very happy to be here. I'm planning to complete the, I have about 12 more, 10 maybe, I don't know, 10, 12 classes to go for the MTS degree. I have no idea where this is leading me. I'm glad to be here.
And we're glad to have you.
Thank you.
Great to have you with us, Elizabeth. Great. Who else have we not heard from? There are some who don't have their webcams on, so just need to see if we can make sure we don't miss anyone. Okay, I'm just looking through.
I can talk now.
Yes, please go ahead.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hi, it's Marilyn. I can talk now. It's it's like 8 o'clock in the morning now. So I am living in Yellowknife. Really missing Queen's College. Excited for my second year Bachelor of Theology. So happy to see some former students and the teachers and everybody. And it's just great to be reconnected. I'm happy, but I've been feeling so lost.
Great to have you, Marilyn. And we know it's early in your day there, but you're fresh and raring to go. So good to have you with us. Thanks for that. Good. Who else have we not heard from yet? Just need to go through and look at. I think we must have pretty well everyone. Carol, have we heard from you? We have. Carol Budgell is in Labrador. We know that. And Gail, we heard from. Karen Mitchell, Kim Mercer, Marie Smith, Marilyn Gardner, Maria Stevens. Let's see. Massa, we heard from. McKinley and Darlene and Michelle and Michael and Nicole and Susan and Terry, and the rest are faculty members that we'll hear from in the afternoon. Okay, that's pretty good. So one more time, am I missing anyone? Okay, if not then, folks, I just want to, I guess we have a little bit of time before we go into our midday prayer. I just want to take a few moments on affiliations that we have. We are not an island in the stream, we might say. I mentioned earlier on that we're, you know, some things we do because of MON and what have you. We are college independent. We have a degree granting charter from the government of Newfoundland and Labrador. Queen's College has been in existence since 1841, so it's 179 years. We're somewhat different now. Canon Frank Pluitt will speak a little bit about the spirit of Queen's College in the afternoon. Frank, we could say, is Mr. Queen's College, but one of the things that we have at Queen's is a very good relationship with Memorial University. In fact, the building that we are in is referred to as Queen's College building. Queen's College campus was 3 buildings in the past, built and operated by the Anglican Church of Canada, and then in the 1990s, negotiated sale of buildings and space to the university, and part of the negotiation was that there would be a sustained space and presence for Queen's College. So part of that negotiation and the renewal of it a year ago allows for Queen's College to continue to be an independent college granting degrees in theology, but embedded within the university. And that's wonderful. And I think the most worthwhile description that I've had of that was when I met with the retiring president of the university last spring, Dr. Koskanowski, and just wanted to say thank you to him for his cooperation with us at Queen's College. And he said it's important to him, and he would make the point to his successor, and I need to do it to mine, that a university exists to give a universal, a full consideration of all matters of importance. And the theological lens is just as important as any other lens. And the presence of a theology faculty within a university is really important. And he said we need to continue to remind others, as he himself appreciated that, so that that relationship is sustained. And I thought that was an excellent way to describe where and what we are within the university. The wonderful thing is that it gives us access to a lot of the resources of the university, and including the library, and lots of good fellowship with the university and activities that are happening. We're also part of the Association of Theological Schools, which is the accrediting body for theological schools in the United States and Canada. When you hear me or others speak of ATS, that's what we're referring to, is Association of Theological Schools. That body sets the standards for the really for the academic work and the ministry and ministerial work of theology schools. It ensures that there's a good standard of academics, that there's a good standard in programming to provide for professional training for people in ministry. And so that association establishes the ways and the content and the criteria that's important to have competency, balanced competency, to make sure that we're not only delivering courses at the academic level, but that we are also delivering adequate training and personal and spiritual formation. So we're part of that body. And so many of the things that we do because we're influenced by others. At this time, the very fact that we're in Newfoundland, we're guided heavily by the Newfoundland Department of Health, public health directives because of COVID-19. We're guided by Memorial University's policies and procedures for operations, for health and safety, and for achieving high academic standards and sustaining integrity, dignity, respect, those types of things. We're influenced by the Association of Theological Schools because that's our accrediting agency that gives credibility to what we do for the benefit of being a competitive choice for people who want to study theology, and also for the sake of those who are doing courses and want to transfer elsewhere or come and pick a course or two from us so that they can have that diversity of experience in their own academic studies. Being part of the association allows that stuff to happen, and to happen with ease and credibility. And we're part, of course, of the Anglican Church and the broader Christian community, and we've spoken of those things from different perspectives earlier on. So I just wanted to make those mention of those affiliations. We're also affiliated with other organizations such as the as Eastern Health and the other regional health authorities in the province, so that we can have students do placements in hospitals and nursing homes and prisons and other community centres to allow the pastoral experiences in the community that people need to, as we said earlier, not only have theological education and training in the theory of pastoral practice, but also to practice their pastoral skills. So those are some of the affiliations I wanted to mention. And sometimes we build particular affiliations just to accommodate individual students who aren't here, but who need to do a practicum in another province or in a nation, as far as that goes. So we take things on that need to be done to try and facilitate things as well as we can. Okay, well, just before we move into midday prayer, just going to take a moment to see if anyone has any questions, comments, observations that they want to share with the group before we recess from the morning. Going once, going twice. Okay, the other thing that I will mention then before we hand it to Father John is that I've set in the schedule for today a 1 hour lunch break, but I'd like to get an idea of whether or not you would like for us to shorten that up. We'll probably come to our lunch break by about 10 to 12 or so, John. Take about 15 minutes so we'll be ready to break by about 10 to 12. So I'll give an option and you can nod or what have you. And if you don't want to agree with this, you can turn on your mic and speak. But for those who are online, would it be, if we can finish at 10 to 12, if we came back at 12:30 and finish at 3:30 Newfoundland time, would that work for you? You can nod your head if you think it would. Okay. Seems like, is there anyone, even Terry is cheering it up. Very good. Is there anyone who would disagree with that? Speak now or forever hold your peace.
Rick, I don't have my camera on, but I agree with it. And I also just wanted to make one small comment. So delighted with everything we're hearing here this morning and the supports. And I just feel like you guys have really listened to us students from last term. And having taken a little dip in the North Atlantic myself, I have no desire to repeat the experience. And I think you've set things up beautifully. And I just wanted to thank you so much.
Great. Thank you. Thank you. Good. Father John, I'm going to pass it to you to lead us in the midday prayer. I will crank up the PowerPoint and you can give the directions on it. Okay, John?
Yes, ready. That for those of you who are new with us, there are things that are going to be written in red, and that's meant to be community. But because it is community, there's a challenge that goes with it. When everybody's voice, we don't all speak the same time. So the person who's going to be the voice is Derek. And Derek is going to represent all our voices. And so his microphone will be on. David is going to introduce what today is about. And well, we all thought it was, forgotten his name now.
Gregory the Great.
Gregory, that the McCauslands put in Robert Woolfall for the first recorded Anglican communion in Canada in 1578. And that if you listen to David, it'll say that he did it on September the 4th. And so I don't know why McCauslands threw out Gregory and put in Robert Woolfall when in fact he should be tomorrow. But anyways, so we're going to anticipate him. But I think it's important to hear of the early church in Canada and the challenges that they faced, just as we in our time as well. The New Testament is going to be read by Mary Ann, and following that there'll be some silence. Terry is going to lead us in the psalm. So he's the leader. His print will be in dark, but Derek's is red. Karen is in black, and once again, Derek will respond. So, and I'll be the officiant, and we'll have it go. So I open it up to David, and we listen to good Robert Wolfall.
So today we commemorate Robert Wolfall, although I'm commemorating him in my brain, but in my heart I'm commemorating Gregory the Great. But I'll tell you about Wolfall. We're going back to the 4th September 1578, 450 odd years ago, and yes, when English fleet appeared off the coast of Baffin Island. This was an expedition under the command of Martin Frobisher, who had made 2 previous voyages to the Canadian Arctic. And on the second voyage, Frobisher's crew thought, quite wrongly, they had found gold. So the expedition of 1578 came to settle the unknown land and mine its riches. And it included a priest of the Church of England, that is to say, Robert Wolfall. And on Sunday, September the 3rd, the company of the ship's name was the Anne Francis, gathered on the shore of Baffin Island, and as the captain later reported, Master Wolfall preached a godly sermon, which being ended, he celebrated also communion upon the land. And this was the first communion to be celebrated in the Anglican tradition in Canada. Now, Wolfall had been and was vicar of a place called West Harptree, a very small village in the Diocese of Bath, down in the south of England, Bath of Wells. And when he joined Frobisher's 3rd exhibition, that was the one he was there when he celebrated Mass, he was himself a graduate of Eton and King's College, Cambridge, and he was, as the captain of the ship Anne Francis tells us, he had, I quote, a good, honest woman to wife and very towardly children. And he himself had a very good reputation and was a very learned and very devout and very spiritual man. Despite his professional standing and large family, he chose to take part in Frobisher's arduous exhibition because he wanted to sustain the faith of his comrades, he said, and, if the opportunity arose, to preach the gospel to the indigenous peoples. At the event, the weather was appalling, I might add. In the event, Frobisher decided to give up the idea of establishing a permanent settlement on Baffin Island and took the entire fleet with Robert Wolfall back to England in mid-September. And it would be almost another century before Anglicans again celebrated the Eucharist on Canadian soil. So that's who we're commemorating today, Robert Wolfall, remarkable man, and the first one to celebrate an Anglican Eucharist on Baffin Island, a place to which I shall very carefully avoid going.
Okay, John, I think I have you turned off. I'm sorry for that. I'm getting feedback from your microphone, which is why I did that. Now I've got to try and find it so I can turn you on again. Okay, there you are. Sorry, John.
So as we think of Robert Wolfall, we think of our own ministries and our opportunities as he did to reach out to others. O God, make speed to save us.
O Lord, make haste to help us. Glory to the Father, and to the Son, and to the Holy Spirit, as it was in the beginning, is now, and will be forever. Amen.
In Psalm 17, hear my plea of innocence, O Lord. Give heed to my cry. Listen to my prayer, which does not come from lying lips.
Let my vindication come forth from your presence. Let your eyes be fixed on justice.
Weigh my heart, summon me night. Melt me down, you will find no impurity in me.
I give no offense with my mouth as others do. I have heeded the words of your lips.
My footsteps hold fast to the ways of your law. In your paths my feet shall not stumble.
I call upon you, O God, for you will answer me. Incline your ear to me and hear my words.
Show me your marvelous loving kindness, O Savior of those who take refuge at your right hand from those who rise up against them.
Keep me as the apple of your eye. Hide me under the shadow of your wings.
From the wicked who assault me, from the deadly enemies who surround me.
They have closed their heart to pity, and their mouth speaks proud things.
They press me hard, now they surround me, watching how they may cast me to the ground.
Like a lion greedy for its prey, and like a young lion lurking in secret places.
Arise, O Lord, confront them and bring them down. Deliver me from the wicked by your sword.
Deliver me, O Lord, by your hand, from those whose portion in life is this world.
Whose bellies you fill with your treasure, who are well supplied with children, and leave their wealth to their little ones.
But my vindication, I shall see your face. When I awake, I shall be satisfied, beholding your likeness.
God of truth and justice, watch over your people in adversity, that we may know the wonders of your love and see the glory of your presence through Jesus Christ, our Savior. Amen.
A reading from the Gospel of John, chapter 1, verses 1 to 28. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. He was in the beginning with God. All things came into being through him, and without him not one thing came into being. What has come into being in him was life, and the life was the light of all people. The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness did not overcome it. There was a man sent from God, whose name was John. He came as a witness to testify to the light, so that all might believe through him. He himself was not the light, but he came to testify to the light. The true light, which enlightens everyone, was coming into the world. He was in the world, and the world came into being through him, yet the world did not know him. He came to what was his own, and his own people did not accept him. But to all who received him, who believed in his name, he gave power to become children of God, who were born not of blood, or of the will, or of the flesh, or of the will of men, but of God. And the Word became flesh and lived among us, and we have seen his glory, the glory as of a Father's only Son, full of grace and truth. John testified to him and cried out, "This was he of whom I said, 'He who comes after me ranks ahead of me, because he was before me.'" From his fullness we have all received grace upon grace. The law indeed was given through Moses, grace and truth came through Jesus Christ. No one has ever seen God. It is God, the only Son, who is close to the Father's heart, who has made him known. This is the testimony given by John when the Jews sent priests and Levites from Jerusalem to ask him, "Who are you?" He confessed and did not deny it, but confessed, "I am not the Messiah." And they asked him, "What then? Are you Elijah?" He said, "I am not." "Are you the prophet?" He answered, "No." Then they said to him, "Who are you? Let us have an answer for those who sent us. What do you say about yourself?" He said, "I am the voice of one crying out in the wilderness, 'Make straight the way of the Lord,' as the prophet Isaiah said. Now they had been sent from the Pharisees. They asked him, "Why then are you baptizing, if you are neither the Messiah, nor Elijah, nor the prophet?" John answered them, "I baptize with water. Among you stands one whom you do not know, the one who is coming after me. I am not worthy to untie the thong of his sandal." This took place in Bethany across the Jordan, where John was baptizing. The word of the Lord. Thanks be to God.
Let us
Let
pray.
us pray.
Lord,
Lord,
have
have
mercy.
mercy.
Christ, have mercy.
Lord, have mercy. Karen.
Yep. Which am I reading the black?
Yes, you are the leader.
Okay. Lord, have mercy.
Christ, have mercy.
Lord, have mercy. In the confidence that God sees all of us and counts us all of great value, let us offer prayers for every person in every place.
Lord, hear our prayer.
For this holy gathering and for the people of God in every place.
Lord, hear our prayer.
For all nations, peoples, tribes, clans, and families.
Lord, hear our prayer.
For all that is good and bountiful for the world, and for mercy, justice, and peace.
Lord, hear our prayer.
For all those in danger and need, the sick and the suffering, particularly those struggling in this time of pandemic, for those who undergo treatments and rehabilitation, for those awaiting medical procedures,
Lord, hear our prayer.
for the hungry and the oppressed, travelers and prisoners, the dying and the dead,
Lord, hear our prayer.
for ourselves, our families, and those we love.
Lord, hear our prayer.
Lifting our voices with all creation, with the Blessed Virgin Mary and all the saints, let us offer ourselves and one another to the living God through Christ.
To you, O Lord.
Our Father in heaven, who acknowledges each of God's creatures, receive the prayers we offer this day for all in every danger and every need, through Jesus Christ our Lord.
Amen.
Almighty God, your Son Jesus Christ is the way, the truth, and the life. Give us grace to love one another, walk in the way of his commandments, who lives and reigns with you and the Holy Spirit, one God, now and forever.
Amen.
And now, as our Savior Christ has taught us, we are bold to say,
Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
Let us bless the Lord. Alleluia, alleluia.
Thanks be to God. Hallelujah, hallelujah.
Great. Thank you all. So folks, we'll recess now, and 12:30, still a good time. And we'll come back at it. And then at 1 o'clock, we'll do meet the faculty, and then Ken and Claude will be with us at 1:30. But Carmel will probably move to some of your stuff right at 12:30. Okay. Folks, I'll stop recording now, and it will turn it on when we come back. I'll leave the link open, but I will have my camera and the PowerPoint off because I need to do some work online. Hit the same link to join us again by 12:30 Newfoundland time. Thank you. Okay, folks, welcome back. Those who are online with us today for the orientation session, thanks for putting it in your schedule and for engaging with us. Those who are viewing this as a recording, I hope you're finding it informative, and don't hesitate to send us a note or give us a call if there's any other information that you need. Great to have you all with us. We have a great scope of attendance and participation. What we have now is a bit of a change from the schedule that we had online earlier, which we were going to come back at 1, but we bumped that ahead about a half an hour with the plan to finish at least a half hour early. So our faculty members will be signing on for 1 o'clock to do an opportunity to meet them and for them to be introduced. And then Canon Frank Cluett will be with us at about 1:30. He'll probably sign on a bit earlier than that, but he'll be here to kind of speak on the spirit of Queen's College. And when he does his presentation, you'll know why we asked him to participate in this session. And for the rest of it, most of the afternoon will be taken up with Carmel covering off some of her areas of involvement and responsibility here as Director of Student Services. So Carmel, I'll pass it to you right away to move into what you are doing. Do you need me to make you presenter? Are you?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Okay. So you'll notice here, folks, and this is one of the features to of GoToMeeting or GoToTraining that we can, and GoToMeeting, that we can switch from whoever is presenting to another presenter. So when I made that move there, it's asking me, are you sure you want to make Carmel Doyle the presenter? And I'm saying yes, and she's going to be asked if she wants to share her screen, and she'll say yes, and then it's way to go.
It's coming up, but it ain't happening. Hang on. Oh my, Rick, the share the screen thing is coming up, but it's on your screen, not mine. So just hit me again.
Okay, you're sure you, everything is turned off on mine here.
Okay,
Sure it's not asking you if you want to be.
Yeah, mine is frozen here now. It's gone into a beautiful blue spin on the ball.
Okay.
I'll sign out and sign in again.
Well, just give it a moment and see if it might happen, because we can hear you. It's yeah.
No, I think it's just going to continue to spin. I'm going to get myself out and come right back in.
Okay, fine. Yeah, yeah.
If I can, I can. Even that's frozen. Oh, that's fun. Right, now see what I can do down here. Not responding.
Okay. We okay. I show up as the presenter.
Carmel, maybe if you turn your computer off completely and then come back on. Sometimes that happens to me.
Yeah, yeah. Sometimes I think she's in the process of doing that now. We'll just stand by them, folks.
Yep, I'm back here now. Okay. So if you want to make me presenter again.
Okay. I'll probably have to switch it back to myself and then switch it to you. So I've switched it back to me. You probably see my screen now, do you, folks?
Yep.
Okay. So we'll try you again now, Carmel. Okay.
Oh, sorry, it doesn't want to do it.
Okay.
Same thing as before. Is the share your screen coming up on yours?
Oh yeah, yeah. It let me.
Because this is just it just does not want to do it. Now try again.
There must be something with the computer itself.
It could be. I can't do anything, and everything is frozen. Let me try.
Okay, we're back at it. Can you hear us now? All's going well? Okay. So Carmel, I'll just give it to you.
Okay, thanks, Rick.
I'll go down and see if I can get it going in the
Yeah.
other room down there.
Okay, fine, thank you.
Okay.
Oh, okay, good people all, both great and small. Now, share my screen. Are you seeing competencies right now?
Yes.
I can't hear you.
Yes, I am.
Yes.
Carmel.
Yes, it's pretty.
Yes.
Yes, okay, great. Thanks, Marilyn. Okay, so for those people who are in the ordination track for the Anglican Church, or if there are people who are trying to come to some kind of discernment within their own space and time, the college in and of itself provides, for the Anglicans, it's required. We've sometimes had students who said they wanted to engage in something similar, and you know, we've done what we can within the framework in which they're working. But in 2013, the General Synod of the Anglican Church put together a small booklet, which you can get online if you go to the Anglican Church of Canada's site and you look under resources, or under ministry actually, and then you can click on ordained ministry priesthood, and you can get this booklet on the competencies for ordination to the priesthood. Now, I'm not going to do a lot with it except to point out a few things. This page probably is as good as any to hang on, let me pull this down and pull this up. You're seeing the page with contents. So someone put on there, I'm not used to this one. Someone maybe message me and just let me know.
Yes, that's what we're seeing.
Maybe you can nod your heads. Are you seeing a page that says competencies? Fine, thank you. I'm sorry about this. I'm not used to Rick's setup here. All right. So within this, students are given some direction, as John spoke earlier this morning, and so did Rick, about the whole notion of more than just academics here at the college. We really do strongly encourage those who are in discernment mode, and I'll use that word in the broadest sense, to find a spiritual director, find a guide. You can call it whatever you wish. It can be an ordained person. It can be a person whose opinion you value, who is able to challenge you, and who has some clarity and distance from you and can understand, is willing to open up, let you open up to them, and will respect your confidence. So the
Church of England, or the Anglican Church in Canada, has identified a number of areas that they say for a person to assume leadership in the church. Now, this is specifically for the priesthood, but as you take a look at these qualities, you're going to see that they're pretty much the same it'll be in the degree to which they're required for anyone assuming leadership within the church. Now, if I can make this larger, I will, and I should be able to. Oh, she said, but she can't. Okay, let me hit it again. Oh my, not that. I am really sorry, people. This is a pain. It's a pain for you, I know. It would be for me. Where did that go? Let me just X that out. Somehow, have you still got it on your screens? Because it's disappeared on mine. Okay, 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 okay. Well, let me try it here. Documents. Lexer. Competencies. Okay, here we go. And so under this, in the first lot, it takes a look at personal and spiritual formation for individuals. There are 13 things reflected here, which basically all starts with a sense of maturity or growing maturity and commitment with some discipline. A person who understands that in order for them to be an appropriate vehicle for the gospel, as well as a representative for the church, and I'm not going to make it just Anglican Church, I'm going to make it broader. I'll say this for any of you, that you are willing to undertake a certain amount of guidance, that you're willing to subject yourself to some personal introspection, and as well to have an outside person, and as we suggest, a spiritual director. But sometimes there are issues in our lives which we have shoved in a closet, or they seem to come up only infrequently, but at the most inconvenient times when we're under stress, that if necessary, that we also avail of some counseling from an identified credentialed person, because we do not want ourselves to become a block or a hindrance to others hearing the good news of the kingdom. When we let ourselves become that block or get in the way of the gospel, we don't serve the gospel, we don't serve the church, and we will find ourselves very shortly very frustrated in our ministry. So the first area is that personal spiritual growth. And for that, as I say, we certainly recommend a spiritual director, and then depending upon what comes out of that, there may be more. For the second whole area of competencies for anyone who is coming in to a position of leadership in the church is that you have an understanding of our Christian heritage. Now, you note the Christian heritage comes first, and then the Anglican, and if you happen to be Moravian or Baptist or United Church, or you can put in there that identity. For those who are seeking ordination in the Anglican Church, they'll be doing it in the Anglican tradition. And those particular areas that we want and make sure that we understand the story of the church and our history and what it means to belong in a particular denomination, we'll expect that you will study scripture, that you will study theology, that you will study history, and then you'll take a look at both contextual ministry, meaning that anything we offer today from any of our traditions, if we cannot contextualize it in today's society, where like a little boy spitting into the wind and wondering why his face is getting wet. So we have to begin to know the context of the culture that we live in, and we have to respect the people who are within that context. Sometimes we may not necessarily like the context, but we will certainly have to respect those who are within it and find ways to engage in dialogue rather than diatribe with people. So that in the sense of contextualizing the gospel, the good news, the scripture, our theology. And then finally to get a knowledge and hopefully a mastery of the liturgies, the prayer life, the worship, the communal prayer of the church. That piece, that's the contextual, social, and cultural piece, gets particular note as one of the areas that's not just an also-ran, but that we really and truly have people who not only understand that, but they understand that your cultural, social context. If I am wanting to bring the good news of the gospel to people who suffer greatly at this time from lack of work, and if I have to bring the gospel as well to a group who are trying to recover from addictions, and if on top of that I'm looking to bring the gospel to young families who have some sense that there's a building in their community, but they don't know too much about what goes on within that, I have the same message in one sense, that the kingdom is the kingdom is the kingdom, but how I describe that kingdom will look different to the unemployed, to those struggling with addictions, and to those who know that building is there but don't know too much about it. So we have to learn the social, cultural contexts, be able to identify them, to make sure that we understand that there are stressors in people's lives, that we learn to communicate effectively within the economic, the environmental, the societal, and today the global nature of our society. A virus that we think probably came from bats in a cave in a province of China, Wuhan, one little tiny piece of RNA, not even a living thing, has changed our entire world. We have to be always aware of the fact that though we think we're isolated on the coast of Labrador or on the south coast of this province, there is no isolation in many ways, in that we are all, for the first time, I think, really beginning to understand that we are one world. And what the gospel looks like and sounds like in that one world is something that people have to become really aware of and be prepared to embrace, and not just have a one size fits all, which in truth is one size fits no one. So there's that area. Then there's the whole notion of capacity for leadership. We have our courses that do that specifically, courses in leadership and parish management, but there's a strain within all our courses wherein you have to be able to give the message, provide the guidance, in many times pray with people, walk with people, not just individually, but as full communities to pull them together. So we develop that within the college and our courses, and there's a list of descriptors there. And then the final last piece of it is that everybody have some skills in teaching and learning, and then you're all required to do some courses in Christian education that can help you with that. And of course, the other big piece in the teaching comes under the preaching, which you will do courses in as well. So you're saying, okay, they've identified these things. These are some of the things we can work on. So how do we get evaluated? Well, students in their various courses get some chance to do this. And as well, there is a process whereby in our third year generally, students get a chance to do a self-evaluation. Faculty members will be given a chance to do some reflection on the appropriate pieces of what it is the students how they've encountered them. When people are doing either their internships, which students will be involved in the fall, or in the supervised practice of ministry, we will have reports from their supervisors and self-evaluations from people. The whole point and purpose of it is that we identify your strengths and also help you to not just identify, because I mean, nobody wants to just get identified and then put it like rocks in a knapsack in the back of their, that they've got to carry around with them, but areas in which they can be helped to grow. And so that, for example, if you were being finished with the college and a bishop or whoever it is in your denomination is trying to find a suitable place for you, and we know that you're good in all areas except right now your teaching skills are really low, and they were trying to put you in a brand new place where there was going to be a lot of teaching, obviously that wouldn't be a good match. So we have to provide clarity for you as to what's good for you, clarity to the church as what's good, what your strengths are, and also to give you an opportunity to grow in those areas in which you need some support. So it's an ongoing process. It normally, for those in ordination, the last formal piece of it takes place in the 3rd year. We will be having conversations with people in their 2nd year. We take the 1st year to get to know you, and you to get to know us. Because what you see is not always what you get. I think that's true for us as faculty. It's true for you as students. It'll be true for the bishops as well. So, but we do try to provide that sense of ongoing, I'd rather put it, an understanding of your growth, so that we are constantly growing. We're not stuck. So that whole piece is meant to help you with that. And I will hand it over now to Rick and let him take the faculty piece. Thank you. I got to flip on my mask, change chairs, and Rick has to flick on his mask. And then we'll be back again.
We'll have to check the computer so you can get working. Okay, folks, good. We'll be back with you. And I could see that some of those who are attending are have their cameras on, and that's good. I'm going to ask all our faculty members to turn on their cameras so that they can do introductions of themselves. And I want to say, I mentioned earlier on, for the sake of those who are on now as faculty members sitting in with us, that this morning I spoke of the 4 pillars on which our programs are built. Good theological education, which includes good curriculum design, development, and redesign and redevelopment to stay current and to, I suppose, be prophetic really in the work that we're doing, make sure we're preparing people for the future. That it includes pastoral training and practice, that it includes spiritual development, and it includes a faith-based learning community. And our faculty members are key to all of that, and delighted and appreciate the contributions you all make to our community by bringing your expertise and your interest and your efforts to offer your own pastoral skills to our students and to one another. So welcome to you all. Great to have you. And for those faculty members who are with us, I'm going to take a moment to ask people to do introductions. I'm going to start though with the Dean and ask him to give himself a little more introduction. For those who have joined us late today, or the faculty who have just joined us now at 1 o'clock. This morning, I made point of having some attention to the fact that this is the 50th anniversary of our Dean in Newfoundland. So we use that picture. It isn't airbrushed or anything. It is him in the flesh. And I noted as well that he's not only an accomplished academic, but a leader in the faith community, been a great source of inspiration and guidance in the religious studies department, in the karate community, in the wine community, and in the cat community, and but most especially, and to us most appreciatively, in the Queen's College community. So again, David, welcome to the Rock for the 51st year you're into now. So I'll ask you to do a bit of introduction of yourself as you would want to do it, and I guess introduce the faculty, move on with the faculty as well.
First thing I say is Amy and
Turn on
Joe.
your mic, or I'll turn it on for you. Okay, I might have turned it off on you. I know what's happening. Go ahead. Now you got your mic on. I'm the one who can't hear you. Go ahead, David. I think yours is working. I have the speaker turned off because I had to make the changes for Carmel stuff.
I don't think David is hearing us. No, your mic is not on, David. David, can you hear me?
Okay, I can hear whoever asked that. I'm not sure what happened to David. Oh, he's muted. David, you should be able to hear us or speak now. Okay, not sure what's going on there. Carmel, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, good.
You're far away, but I can hear you.
Oh yeah, I'm not speaking loud enough.
You're really way off.
Yeah. Okay, that's yeah.
That's better.
John, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah. That's where David was perfect earlier on. Yeah. I must be signing off, signing in, signing out. I'm not sure what happened in over the lunch break. Yeah, David must have signed out to sign in again to set things up for himself. I'm just going to leave my stuff as it is so that I don't lose Carmel as soon as stuff in case she needs to come back to my office to present.
Rick, your audio, Rick, is not at all as clear as it was.
No, that's because I had to make a change to the setting, but I will. I actually need to probably do that. We're waiting here.
Okay, you should be able to hear me better now.
Yeah.
Okay. And okay, good. What happened is when I changed the speaker to the computer speaker, it automatically switched to changed the microphone to the built-in one as well. David is just in the process of signing in. Hopefully he'll be seen and heard.
Yes, I had to go out. You can hear me now?
Yeah, got you. Yeah, yeah.
So I had to sign out and come back in again because my mic wasn't working. Okay, very briefly.
I think the cat got up scratching herself on the microphone is what happened and turned it off on you.
This is very good. So my first thing, Amy and Joe, take warning. I came here for 2 years, and that was 14 years ago. Newfoundland is even worse than COVID-19. If it gets in your system, you'll never get rid of it. It's a great place to be. Anyway, I am here, and I've been here 50 years, I must say, and I just love the place. I love the rock. I don't always love the climate, but I love the people, with the exception of the provost, of course, and it's just a great place to be, a great place to be. So I'm the Dean of Theology at the college, and I actually have a few hats. I'm also the college deacon, And I'm also with Derek Bishop, who is somewhere, there's Derek. We are the two deacons at the Cathedral of St. John the Baptist downtown. I'm also, for my sins, canon theologian for the Diocese of Eastern Newfoundland and Labrador. And as I said, my business is with the academics of the college. I am a deacon of the Anglican Church now. I've been for, I forget, 5 years, something like that. Before that, I was a subdeacon in the Orthodox Church. And I was in the Orthodox Church for 45 years before I came back to my Anglican roots. I was a subdeacon Makarios in the Greek Orthodox Church and subdeacon Makari in the Russian Orthodox Church. So if there are any Greeks here still listening in Athens, Stalinika, Kolosio, Fata, Stokolegio. Just to greet them in Greek and to wish them welcome to the college. Don't think we have any Russians, so don't need to go into that. So I'll stick to English, and as we say in Newfoundland, good to see you all. Keep you hanging. How do I say it, Rick? Keep you. What somebody about keep your top jib sailing? How does it go?
Let your big jib draw. Yeah.
May your big jib draw. May your big jib draw. Thank you, Rick.
Yeah.
That's me. Over to the next person.
Yeah, great. Thanks, David. Thanks for all you do. Carmel, I'll get you to give a bit of introduction to yourself and your background for the sake of those who don't know you.
I'm the director of student programs here at the college. I've had that role for 2 or 3 years in an official bit and worked semi in it before then. I first came to the college in, I think it was 86 or 87, to do a course or two while I was in the master's level, while I was working with the school boards for St. John's, the Roman Catholic system. And my hope at that time was to do a course or two to get a sense of what it was Queen's did, so I could recommend to our Catholic teachers, Roman Catholic teachers, to take courses in scripture at very least, if not in theology and liturgy at the college. So I came with that as a very definite goal, and I figured when they did that, I'd be sort of, that'd be the end of it, something like David. And I had written, actually, I wrote both the provincial government and the accrediting body there for teachers, as well as the Senate of Memorial and Queen's prior to my taking the courses, with the understanding that would it be possible that Queen's courses could be for teachers accreditation? Would MUN recognize Queen's College for any of those teachers who needed a few more courses in their study program, and then with the Roman Catholic system that they'd be willing to take them. Anyway, all of that fell through. I got the approvals for everybody, and the Roman Catholic Church just wouldn't, in its, I'll say, wisdom, decided that they didn't want to affiliate with an Anglican group at the time. But I got bitten by the bug, and Frank Cluett, who was the provost at the time, asked me, because I had at that point my master's in religious education completed, asked me if I would teach Christian education there. So I started then, and I've been here ever since. One time last year when I was in a class and I was introducing myself to people, I said, I'm Roman Catholic, and then I stopped and said, I'm Roman Catholic on Sundays. But for 6 days of the week, pretty much when I'm at Queen's, I'm Anglican. So that gives us a sense of the interesting geography and spiritual space that Queen's provide for people. And maybe on Sundays I'm Anglican sometimes too, because in this COVID space, many of the Anglican services were much more to my liking on Sundays than were the ones that I was getting from my own denomination. So who knows? Who knows where the Spirit leads and how the Spirit leads? Maybe is that little bit of RNA again is making a lot of changes, I think, for a lot of people. Anyway, that's me.
I'm Anglodox, Carmel, Anglodox.
Thank you, Carmel. Great. I'm just going to go with the flow of where people's cameras are here on my screen to keep it straight. Anne Walsh, I want you to
Can you hear me?
Yeah, got you, Ann.
Excellent. Thank you, Rick. So my name's Ann Walsh, and I coordinate the Roman Catholic stream of the Diploma in Theology and Ministry. And this is my, I think, 5th year doing that, and delighted to be part of it. I have 2 jobs within a religious community within the Roman Catholic denomination. I'm a member of our Redemptorist adult faith formation team, and I'm also the coordinator of Partnership in Mission, we call it, for the Redemptorists of North America. So I've got a few hats, like most people here, and it's most days a real privilege to wear them, and some days a little bit of a trial, but most times very good. I started my academic career at MUN as a student with got a Bachelor of Arts and Education in 1982, and I was privileged to have been taught by the dean. So I go not back to the beginning of his time with us, but not far from it, and went on to the University of Toronto to St. Michael's College and did my Master's of Religious Education there, a diploma in fine arts from the University of Calgary, and then a Doctor of Ministry from St. Stephen's in Edmonton. So all that and 50 cents, my dad used to say, well, get your ride on the bus. So I'm really happy to be with you, and it's a real honor to be part of this faculty and part of this community. It's been a real source of richness for me personally, but also for my denomination. To finally, Carmel, to have moved from some fancy footing around, do we have a good relationships, do we have a relationship at all, to one where we really do thrive on this partnership between the Archdiocese of St. John's and Queen's College, and always looking for ways to grow that. So happy to see you. Hope to see you all around digitally, and then hopefully at some point face to face.
And my hair, I should let people know, my hair was dark brown when I came from Newfoundland, and then I taught Ann Walsh.
I knew it.
Hers was when she met Dr. Bell. Thanks, Anne.
You're welcome.
Good. We'll move to Andrew. Great to have you with us, Andrew.
Great, thanks, Rick. Hello, everyone. I'm Andrew Richardson, and today I'm coming to you from the other island, Prince Edward Island, where I live. I've been a United Church minister for 32 years, and currently I am the minister for the Office of Vocation, which means that I have responsibility for the oversight of all the clergy, United Church clergy in the Atlantic region, and all of our students. So, in your terms, I fulfill part of the Episcopal function for our church. And I'm teaching the Mission, Culture, and Evangelism course in the fall term. I did my doctoral work at Columbia Theological Seminary in Atlanta, and I worked with Daryl Guder and Carlos Orlandi Cardoza, who are 2 of the authors of the textbooks that I'll be using in the course for those of you who are taking my course. And my doctoral dissertation actually was on the missional practice of friendship, so ethics and theology and practice of friendship as a missional practice in the church. So yeah, I'm looking forward to the course, and looking forward to meeting those of you who are taking the course with me. Thanks.
Great, Andrew. Great to have you with us. Last year, Andrew was with us for a course on supervision, or the Ministry of Supervision. Great course and great expansion to the work we're doing, trying to build capacity across the province and beyond for people to be able to provide good supervision to individuals and groups in their training and practice of ministry, as I spoke of earlier on. Thanks again, Andrew, and welcome. I'm going to turn to Paulette now. And after Paulette, then I'm going to have Dana come in and sit down and introduce herself. Dana is our admin assistant, and she is actually the first person that most people have dealings with. And, you know, it's really the best entry to Queen's College is to connect with Dana, because she's always pleasant and informed and give us correct information. Sometimes people bypass her and come to me, and then Dana has to send her the right information after I've given inadequate or incomplete information. But I will move to you, and while that's happening, I'm just going to get Dana to come and set up. Okay, Paulette, you there, or are you frozen?
Did you say me, Rick?
Yes, Paulette, yeah.
Me? Okay. Wait, now, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Sorry,
Yeah.
mic was slow coming on. I don't know if I'm really faculty, but I'm site coordinator for the diploma program in the Western Diocese. And I have 2 master's degrees from Queen's College, one in theology and one in divinity. And I'm a supervisor this term for 2 interns. And of course, this is the first time that the diploma program has been offered fully online. So I don't know, I've done a little bit of teaching in the past over the last 3 years that I've been involved. And I don't know if I'll have to do any this year because there'll be more experts that are available online. So hopefully I'll still have some coordinating to do and be involved a bit because I love Queens. And I just had a note from one of the students that graduated with me when I did Masters of Divinity, and she said, "Oh, I miss those days. I wish we're all back at Queens." And I said, "Yeah, I know where you're coming from because we had such a wonderful time, and I've never been able to let go since." So anyway, it's nice to meet you all.
Great to have you, Paulette. Thanks for all you do for Queens. You do way more than you mentioned there yourself, but as always, great, and we appreciate so much of what you do. And there will be lots of things for you to do in the fall as well. Right. I'm going to, you can see, Dana, or someone's sat into my seat. Well, it's Dana. Actually, the best bishop associated with us ever. Miss Dana Bishop is our admin assistant. Dana, I'll give it to you to do a bit of introduction to yourself.
Hi, well, I'm Dana Bishop. Most of you on screen, I see there now, I've never met in person. Amy's nice to meet you. Joseph, welcome to Queens. And Andrew, I finally get to put a face to your name. I'm the admin assistant, as Dr. Rick had said. I try to keep everything running smoothly. Sometimes it's a challenge. And working virtually over the past 6 months has been a challenge, but we've got it up and going now for hopefully for a good fall semester. And Dr. Rick sometimes gives me too much credit because without him, I wouldn't be as good as I am. He's a great leader with me here. Any questions? You know how to reach me. If I can't answer you, I'll get someone who can. I'm always here to help.
Thanks, Dana. And on the worst of days, Dana gets a sense that it's a bad day, and the next day there will be a boiled raisin cake show up, which are the best of all to rejuvenate body, mind, and spirit. Thanks, Dana. Thanks for all you do. Michelle, you did a little blurb for us this morning, but I'll ask you to do a bit more informing of people of yourself.
So I've been in Newfoundland now for going on 13 years. I'm originally from Ontario, but I've lived in several provinces across Canada. And I came originally to Newfoundland to teach at MUN, so I teach in the religious studies department there. And this is my 6th year now at Queen's, which I absolutely adore. And because of the community, I just love it at Queen's. And another thing, so I teach in the area of moral theology and theological studies. One of the things I've really enjoyed at Queen's is the creativity that I've been allowed in terms of courses, because I do quite a range of courses, but I've also been allowed to create new courses. So since I've come, I've developed a course in theology of the environment, which I'm teaching this term. And just in the spring, this past spring, I taught for the first time a course in Christian art. And in the winter, I'm doing a new course on the history of the concept of the soul. And it's fantastic to be able to, have the opportunity to make new courses, because I mean, I remember I just kept when I was studying, doing degree after degree, and my parents were saying, when are you going to get a job? and I didn't study in order to get a job. I just studied because I loved studying. And then near the end of my PhD, I thought I better get a job now because I have to pay back all these student debts, of course. But now that I've been teaching for 13 years, I still want to study. So being able to teach new courses is like being a perpetual student. It's fantastic. And even teaching the old courses with new students is like being a perpetual student because you always learn from the students as well. So I love it. Anyway, that's it. Thank you.
Great to have you with us, Michelle, and thanks for all you do in the teaching of courses, developing new courses. Your artwork, one of the things that Michelle has on her agenda is to do a mural on the wall in the common room. We recently had all of our space refurbished here. Folks, the place is glistening now. Too bad you can't be here, but hopefully it'll be all opened up in the for the next semester. But we have a big blank wall in the common room that we're reserving as a blank wall. I know Michelle was kind of probably concerned that I would probably do something with it, put up a picture of a sailboat or something that I would say could never be taken down. But Michelle is going to do a mural. She's done some great artwork down at St. Mark's Church, and so thanks for what you do, Michelle. I'm going to ask Joe now to do the introduction of himself.
Yeah, I'm Joe Pagano, and I just moved to Newfoundland. And I'm an Episcopal priest, and been ordained for, 16 years now, and serve mainly in parishes, and love parish ministry. So I love the connection between theology and parish ministry. But I have training and teaching experience as well. I did my PhD in systematic theology and ethics at Marquette University. And it turns out pretty much every place I've taught, it has been Roman Catholic. So I think I'm fairly fluent in Roman Catholic theology. In fact, I was raised Roman Catholic, and I married a Lutheran woman, Amy Richter. We have different surnames, but we are married. So I'm thrilled to be part of an ecumenical theological college. It's a delight. Oh, I'm sorry. What was that? Canadian dollar. Well, anyway, I'm thrilled to be part of this faculty and this college, and to work with students who are training to serve the church in a variety of ways. So thanks so much.
We're delighted to have you with us too, Joe, and of course, wonderful that you're teaching the course with Amy together on theology and pastoral care, and it'll give you a great opportunity to use all your areas of expertise. Great to have you with us. We won't go to Amy right away. We'll go to John Courage. It's always good to put a chaplain in between a couple. John?
I'm getting to know who I am very well, and I'm trying to think of different ways to say the same thing over and over. So for those of you from away, I'm the creature in Newfoundland, Labrador that we call a townie, which just means I grew up in St. John's, and it's home. It still is home. I'm a graduate of Memorial and the Atlantic School of Theology. A long time ago, I was ordained deacon and priest and married all back in 1981. Served a number of parishes in our diocese, from the coast of Labrador to a 9-point parish in Hodges Cove at the time, to Upper Island Cove, which had about 1,200 families. I think I would have had the 9 churches back myself, but anyway, 1,200 families in those days. To Pooch Cove, and from Pooch Cove I went into hospital chaplaincy, and that's where Rick became my boss. And then I managed to retire for a whole 12 months before Rick, in 6 months in, suggested that I might be interested in coming to Queen's. And it was a good decision then, still is, and I'm glad I have done it. I'm the husband to Heather now for 39 years. I'm a dad to Charlotte, who's our pride and joy, a father-in-law to Stephen, her husband, but more than anything, I'm a proud pappy. We have George, who's 2.5, and we have Charlie, who's 3 months. And to show you what kind of a proud pappy I am, I'm here in my own office today, but you can see my pride wall. There it is there. So that's what you can do with those boards that you have in your offices these days that you don't know what to do with cork boards. I still have a cork board left, but this is one I can tape onto. Enjoying my time here. I'm the chaplain. It gives me an opportunity to normally have students just drop by the office, close the door and sit down and have a chat and to see how things are. With this stuff on the go, it's kind of more on the phone, although I got a chance to meet somebody the other day for coffee, sitting across from each other on a park bench, corner to corner, just to have a chat. So those things work. So that's me.
It is, Sean. Thanks for all you do. It's been, we've had many years together, and they've been good ones, both in our work in healthcare and now here at Queen's College. Thanks for you, and blessings on your offspring in each generation that they are. I'll pick up a little bit of introduction on myself, and then we'll go to Amy. I'm, well, John mentioned he's a townie. For those who aren't so familiar with Newfoundland, there are basically two types of us, townies and baymen. John's a townie. I'm a bayman from St. Joseph's and St. Mary's Bay, which is part of the Irish Loop. You probably picked that up from how I sound. I was at an event a little while ago where I was being introduced, and a person said, there's one thing no one will ever say about Rick Singleton, that he sounds like Peter Mansbridge. So might have hair like him or not. I don't sound like him.
Frank can't get in.
Oh, Frank is telling me he can't get online.
He's waiting for it to start. It's the error again.
Okay, he's getting, yeah, okay.
I don't online one.
Yeah, okay, I'll have to bring Frank into that in a moment. But anyway, yeah, I'm the provost here at Queen's, been here for a while, like Carmel, been teaching at Queen's a long while, and glad to be able to be at the helm now. I was kind of hoping and planning really to be finished up by now, but when COVID came along, it kind of threw off the plan. But I'm delighted to be here, especially in this very turbulent time. Not that I love turbulence all that much, but to be able to, it really is important that we have stability and we have a good stable leadership team. I want to say thank you to David and Carmel and John for the supports they give, and to Dana holding it together. But this term particularly is a big transition time for everything and everyone. So corporation asked me to stay on while things are getting sorted out, and I'm glad to be able to do that. Just a couple of other things. I've got a background in ministry. I was about 10 years for as a Roman Catholic priest. Worked for almost 30 as director of pastoral care and ethics in the healthcare system. You're wondering how old am I at all? Every bit as old as I look, and then some. And have enjoyed it along the way, and look forward to a bit of retirement time and more volunteering in an area that I have a keen interest in. My wife is looking forward to me retiring, which answers the question for those who don't know me. Well, is he still a priest or not? No, I'm not still a Roman Catholic priest. I am still practicing member of the Roman Catholic denomination and practicing member of the Anglican denomination and the United Church and Salvation Army. But anyway, I put in the collection wherever I go. So there I am to some extent, and I'm withholding all kinds of information to protect the innocent. I haven't been very involved with very many innocent people in my life, I must admit, including yourselves, most especially the Dean, who has no innocence. But anyway, I will wrap it up there, and I have to get Frank Pluitt online with us. But Amy, I'm going to pass it to you to do the introduction. There are two types of Newfoundlanders, baymen and townies, but there's two partners in Pasadena in ministry, and I'll pass it to the second one now.
What a lovely transition. Thank you so much. Yes, my name is Amy Richter, and I am so happy to be here. This gave me a chance to calculate that Joe and I have not been in Newfoundland 50 days yet, but it sure seems like a wonderful place, and we are thrilled to be part of Queen's College as well as serving a parish together in Pasadena and Cormac. My academic background has focused on New Testament studies and intertestamental literature. That's what I hold my PhD in, and have a great deal of interest in Old Testament studies, Hebrew Bible as well. And excited to team teach with Joe Pagano again this semester. We've done that. We've had that pleasure and privilege in the past, and it's just a joy to get to share resources and meet students together as well. So I think I'll leave it there, but please know my great delight in meeting you all online and getting to know some of you a little better online, and can't wait for classes to start.
Sorry, I was trying to get things coordinated with Frank. He's going to call in, and he'll do his piece over the telephone. For some reason or other, he can't get to sign in with us online. Okay, Derek Bishop, we'll get you to do introduction of yourself.
Good day, everybody. I'm Derek Bishop, and I'm a townie, I guess, who's now become a Bayman because I've moved from St. John's last year and now in Kelligrews, which is only about 15, 20 minutes drive from St. John's. But my friends in St. John's now say I'm a Bayman. So anywhere outside the overpass when I grew up was considered a Bayman. So for the people in Dare Lake and Corner Brook or wherever, even in Labrador, you were a Bayman. My responsibility at Queen's is to coordinate the associate program in theology, and also to work with the people in the Gulf. When we're talking about the Gulf, we're talking about the Middle East, not the Gulf of St. Lawrence or other Gulfs around. They are doing a program there. It's called Exploring Faith for Discipleship and Ministry, which is a program that started in Wales, and I completed that program a couple of years ago. Also, last year we started a program here in St. John's that was run out of St. John's, but actually was online that reach people in right across Canada and also in the United States, in helping them with their work as volunteers in pastoral care and palliative care. So that was a program that we feel was very successful, and we're hoping to run that again in the winter or spring. I guess it depends on how COVID-19 controls us. The Dean made one mistake earlier when he spoke. He talked about cats and so on, but in actual fact, it's dogs. Dogs are the rulers, and I can attest to that, as I have two dogs, which throughout the day have been demanding me to go to the door, let them out, let them in, give them something to eat. So I disappear at times. It's always the dogs. With that, I'll close, and thank you very much for the opportunity to introduce myself to you all. Bye-bye, and God bless.
Great, thanks, Derek, and great to have so many of our faculty show up today to do a bit of introductions to themselves. We're recording this for the benefit of those who aren't online. They'll have that opportunity as well to see who they're dealing with in the fall. A few of our faculty members couldn't make it today. Gerald Westcott, who will teach a course on spirituality in the fall. Dr. Whitty, who is do a course on liturgy, particularly this fall, the Eucharist. And Rob Cook, who does the course in methods for the study of theology. And so those who are in their courses will get to meet them at the first class. I think we got everybody, all the faculty members and coordinators of programs and so on who have who've joined in. Okay, on the telephone line, I have patched in today Canon Frank Cluett. He'll speak over the phone, so I hope it'll be clear. I'll ask John and Carmel to let me know if it works well. I want to do a quick introduction of Frank and why we've had him come today. Frank, I'll tell you that on the slide I have a picture of you, and also the title of the session is The Spirit of Queen's College, and also he'll talk a little bit about Queen's College alumni. But folks, the reason why I asked Frank is that he is, as I said when I was going through the agenda earlier on this morning, we could call you Mr. Queen's College. Canon Cluett, the Reverend Dr. Canon Frank Cluett, Provost Emeritus, has a long history of Queen's College. He studied his theology here, and Queen's College Faculty of Theology was in recess, we might say, for a few years, and then the corporation decided that it would want to examine a restart of the Faculty of Theology, and when they made the decision to do that, they asked Canon Cluett to come in as the provost, and he really gave the college the shape that it has today, both by giving top priority to recruiting capable and competent faculty members, making sure that the core program would equip people for the church as it was emerging then and continues to emerge. So he set a kind of a spirit to Queen's where there's high priority to academics, high priority to pastoral ministry for the church that people will minister in, not the one that they probably grew up in or heard about, and for a college that is constantly open to refreshing and renewing. But one where community is important, one where the focus on Christ is important. And so, Frank, delighted that you can join us today. Take a few minutes from your retirement to be with us.
Not busy schedule now.
To share with us some of your own thoughts and ideas and the history of Queen's College and what have you. So welcome, Frank, and I'll take it to you. After a moment or two, if you're speaking, I'll just do a check-in with John and Carmel to make sure that they can hear loud and clear.
Thank you very much, Rick, and I'm delighted to be here. I'm always delighted to be associated with Queen's College and its activities and its students and its faculty, because it's been so much part of my life. I began my career as in the bank, but like Matthew, I was called from the receipt of customs to a new kind of service to the community, and I had this call that I felt that I needed to test to ordain ministry, and so I took a leave of year's leave of absence from banking and tried my vocation, and here I am. And I'm now 61 years since I was ordained a deacon in 1959 as a graduate of Queen's College in St. John's. And so you know that I have experienced a lot of change in the world, for sure, but certainly in the church. And we've had to adapt to new ideas, to be open to new ways of understanding and doing things. But it's worked, and the church has survived, not by our efforts, but by our faith in God, that we will be guided into the future that is unfolding. We had a sermon by our primate at the cathedral around Easter time, virtually from Ontario. But the theme of our sermon was that the church must adapt, but we've been given everything necessary for the journey. And I've been thinking about that since, and I think she's absolutely right. And some of the things that we have had with us over the years are unnecessary, and so they're changing. And I've witnessed and shared a lot of the changes in my lifetime. And I know that people preparing for ministry, ordained or lay, or wherever you seek to minister, theological education and theological pursuit is certainly useful just in ordinary living and making the decisions that are now so necessary for life. But anyway, I just want to tell you that I'm very proud of Queen's, as both as a student and as a provost. It was established in 1841, and it is one of the oldest theological colleges in Canada, and it's also the oldest post-secondary education, I think, in the province of Newfoundland. Its story spans 179 years, and so you can imagine it's a long story, and it's full of humanity, but it's full of stories of faith and witness and the kind of spirit that's enabled students, certainly in the early years of Queen's, to face great odds in ministry, great physical odds. I think we face more theological or academic odds now as we try to deal with questions of a laity who are much more informed, and the struggle is no less now, but it's different. And so I've often admired the courage and the stamina and the faith of those men and women. For the first 20 years of Queen's College, they all came from England. So you can imagine the shock after training at Queen's and then finding themselves in an isolated part of Newfoundland with a wife and family, most of them. And so it's a story of sacrifice. It's a story of faith. It's a story of the encouragement. And I think we need to own that story if we're going to, if the church, own the story of the church too, of course, and the story of Jesus, if we're going to move on into the future. We can't go without these things. So anyway, I just wanted to remind everybody that we're all part of a long story. We have a wonderful tradition of learning and formation and commitment and dedication and sacrifice and all these things that are very much part of serving Christ in the world. And today we are still part of that tradition. And when I was appointed provost in 1979, was the reopening. We began to reopen the college and the plan for the future. And one of my own thoughts was that we should have a good grounding in how to think, how to reflect, and in the knowledge of the subjects that we study and as we prepare ourselves for ordained ministry, and be open. I was always students used to tease me sometimes. I was always very open-ended. Once they gave me at a Christmas party a gift of the inside wrapping of a paper towel thing with two plugs. There was a plug in either end of it so that I wouldn't be too open-ended. So I was happy about that because I knew my message was getting through. It gave me courage to be even more open-ended. But anyway, that's all part of it. And we are explorers, and we're always becoming, and we're not yet the persons that we shall be. I certainly can see a lot of change in my own life. I'm not the same person. I'm the same person, but I don't do things the same way. I don't think the same way as when I began my ministry in Greenspan in 1959. So we all have to be prepared for that. It doesn't matter what stage of the journey we get in at, that's got to be part of it, that we have to be prepared to move with the future. So the story of the college is written in the lives of all those graduates, and we're part of that story, and we are writing the next chapters. We're going to be writing those in our ministry, and that's why I think that we need to recapture we need to keep that spirit of Queen's alive, the spirit of mission and the spirit of excitement and the spirit of open to learning that will take the church and take the teachings of the church into the future. But in my retirement, I'm also president of the, because he couldn't get anybody else to do it, I think, president of the Alumni Association. And the Alumni Association is a group of graduates, and you will be part of them, who support the college prayerfully and financially as we continue its work. And so we ask you to be, we ask all those people who will be registered Queens to become an active part of the alumni and to support the spirit of Queens. For those who follow you, we have a scholarship fund with a capital of over something over $100,000 now, and growing. And we try to raise some money for that every year. But we also support the work of the college, by keeping the story alive and keeping it in our prayers. So that's, I encourage you. I know the road is not as clear as it was when I started, but it's not as clear to me now as it was then either. So we're all journeying together, exploring. I used to always tell students you don't have to let go of everything to explore. We're tethered to the cross, but we can explore just like explorers did years ago when they discovered new countries and new things, and do now about space. And you don't just jettison all you know and take off somewhere. You have a home port that keeps you grounded. And I think that's the essence of the church, that faith that keeps us grounded and allows the circumstances in which we present it to change, and even the content of it to change as we grow and develop. Well, I've had a wonderful ministry for myself. I hope other people think the same thing. And I hope that the Queen's College will have a good future. And I know that Rick has done marvelous work. All the prophets who've succeeded me have made their contribution. But because I've been closely working with Rick, I know some of his work, and I know the commitment that he brings to it, and I know all of that. And when the time comes for him to go, we'll miss him, but we're very happy with that he's able to, with the faculty, to guide the college in these changing times and adapting to the technological opportunities that we have to do our work. So I don't know, I don't want to keep you too long because I know there are lots of other things, but that's the story, and you'll be part of it. So you need to own that story, get it inside you, and you need to get in the story of Christ inside us all. And I think that'll prepare us well for anything that we do in the future. So thank you, Rick. I don't know if you want me to say anything, if there's anything else. It's a long story. I'm like, if I get wound up, I go on too long. So, but I hope I can pass on the spirit and the hopes and the thoughts and the vision of a wonderful university next door with all these resources that we use, and things are looking good. So I wish you all the very best.
Thanks, Frank. Thanks for everything that you have done along the way to in the life of Queen's College, but especially in my time as provost here. You've been a wonderful advisor on decisions to be made, planning phases, and especially providing good history on why things are the way they are. And it's been so helpful to me. But the rootedness of it is in Christ and in the church. And if we're Christ-centered, Spirit-filled, we will be together. And so it's wonderful. And thanks for all you've done and all you'll continue to do. I don't know if anyone online has any question or inquiry to Frank.
I can do the best I can.
Yeah. Anyone?
Am I talking to students and faculty?
Yes, some of our faculty signed in to introduce themselves earlier on, and we have students from well, quite a sweep of students. We have students from Greece, students from Labrador, students from Yellowknife, and here, there, and all around the circle.
All, you know, it's wonderful. We're all united by technology, but we're all united by faith, and we're all the same people, and no matter what race or country or nationality we are, or religion for that matter, we're all God's children. And you know, it's like a big web in my mind now that I'm imagining. I'm talking to people all over the place like that, and I send you my warmest greetings and good wishes. And I hope that you'll enjoy your association with Queens all.
Yeah, it's wonderful to have so many. We have students from Africa as well.
Yeah, no, it is so. I can't believe it. It blows my mind. Yeah, and it's what the church is all about.
It is.
Making the world a better place for all of us.
Great. Anyone with questions or comments to Frank? Okay, and thanks, Frank. You're welcome to stay on with us, but you're on by phone, so it's probably not a comfortable connection you have. So but anyway, you can stay if you want, or you're going to hang up. You can let me know so I can disconnect.
I think I'll go, but I just say that it's been a real privilege to speak to. You know, I didn't realize that your voice is going so far, that you're so connected, and that people are. We're so much of a community in spite of the distance that separates us, and common interests that unite us, and all these things. I think we have a lot to be thankful for in the world. A wonderful force for good that we're part of.
Indeed.
Anyway, it blows my mind.
Great. Thanks, Frank. In regards to Matilda, you know, one of the things I should say and acknowledge as well is that for so many of the people involved in Queen's College, they're not only there as a student or a faculty member. The life of Queen's College has a way of being enriched by the spouses, partners, family members, and loved ones of those who engage with us. So forewarning to all of you that you will bring others with you, because we believe the college and the community experience is inspiring. So, but particularly in Frank's time as provost, his wife Matilda contributed so much to the life of Queen's College and holds Queen's as close to her heart, or I guess to Frank's heart and her heart. Queen's College is so important. So give our love in regards to Matilda as well, Frank.
I will.
And to
our love and regards to everybody that's listening all over the world. I'll be thinking about that for the rest of the day.
Great. Wonderful.
Thank you.
Thanks a million, Frank. Blessings.
Yeah, take care and have a good year.
Great. Indeed. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye. So, folks, what we'll do now, it's a little bit after 2. Carmel has her presentation to do. I think what we might do, usually an hour or so after lunch, people like to take a little stretch break and refresh themselves, make themselves comfortable. So I think what we'll do is take just a 5-minute break, and in that time we'll see if we can get Carmel on the go from her office. If not, she'll be here in this desk when we restart. How about that? We'll give you a 5-minute break. I'll stop the recording and must remember to start it again afterwards. We'll give you 5 minutes.
Resilience still there for you guys? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Fine. Well, as you said, we took a little break, and some are back. Some are back with cameras. Some are back without cameras, I guess. But in either case, all through today's sessions of orientation, you've heard time and time again mention of the word community. Queens is a learning community. It's a faith-based learning community. It's a place in which community and community life is highly prized. We find it nourishing. We find it challenging, which is good. And it's been at the heart in many ways of many of the relationships that we have with students, past and present. The only thing is like everybody else right now throughout the world, we're not alone in this, we are finding ourselves physically distanced completely from community. The ways that we used to gather are not available to us. And though there are things that you might do because of it's a close friend or family member and that's seen to be acceptable and normal, we have to determine what the new opportunities are for us to build community in a physically distant world. Distanced, not distant, distanced world. So I thought as I was looking at it, one of the things Rick talks about an awful lot in some of his courses is the whole notion of resilience. And resilience can be at the individual level. It can be at a family level. It can be at an institutional level, a geographic level. It can be at a church parish level, what resilience is. And I thought that I would take a little bit of a look. I found this article online. You'll see the link to it there and the names of the people at the end of the presentation. I don't think I'm going to use all of it, but I will use some of it, and anyone who's interested in it, I'll send it to you. I thought this was a particularly apt slide that I found yesterday about the experience that many of us are having right now. As you know, these little gizmos, when they're out working and you take them all going the one direction and they keep bouncing off one another side to side to side. Well, right now we're like, our whole world is like that still ball in the center, and it's being bombarded from both sides. We don't feel that we're connected. We just feel that in many ways we're either totally isolated, as that is right there, or at the other moment of this physical display when we are crushed by the impact of all that is happening to us at this particular time and place. And Queens is also experiencing this. Like, we really feel the need to be connected, and yet the normal thing of just, my door is open here in the office, but there were 3 people on the floor, me and Rick and Dana, and Father John was in. But it's usually just Rick and Dana. This past week and further going up forward, I'll be here. So it'll be the 3 of us in this whole big empty floor. And it constantly brings home the fact that if community happened by, I won't say coincidentally, but if it happened in a relaxed, natural way, an unplanned way, many times, some aspects of it, now when we are physically distant, we can no longer let it just happen. We have to be much more intentional. And so I thought I'd spend a little tiny bit of time just looking at, I'm not going to use this entire presentation. I'm going to use a few little bits of it, actually. And as I said, anyone who wants it can get it for themselves after. The whole piece being, as this says, it's the spread and far-reaching impacts of COVID dominates the news. We've all witnessed and experiencing the parallel spread of worry, anxiety, and instability. I'm going to stop there for a second. Many of you, as you introduced yourselves, I was so, I'm going to say, buoyed up by the excitement and the anticipation that new students have, by the fact that they couldn't wait to get back at it from returning students, and from faculty who are either new joining us and really all revved up and ready to go, or those who are returning and just can't wait to get back into the space. But we have to also recognize that along with that, there's a certain amount for all of us at this time of worry, anxiety, and there's definitely instability at all levels in our world. And I think to ignore that is to do so at our own peril, our own psychological, spiritual, mental health level. We have to acknowledge that things are different. We need to acknowledge it for our family, so that the way we used to operate as for the last 6 months has just been put totally on hold. that for the college, the way we used to get support, the way we used to be able to, on days when we couldn't quite hold it together ourselves, lean on somebody else, and get that little bit of boost and say, sure, you can do that. Now, come on, let's just sit down for a little bit and take a look at it. Those things can't happen the way they used to happen, but we definitely need to make some plans and set some parameters for those elements of community that we, not just that we value, but that are essential if we are people who are going to become leaders of community, to be those who enrich community, to be there who want to take community and make community be a mirror for kingdom. Kingdom living is community living, always. So it's at our peril that we ignore the worries, the anxieties, the instability, but we can't let them dominate. Now, there's a whole bunch of wonderful stuff here, but I'm going to skip a lot of it. I'm going to go to this and then just another one or two, and then I want to start to involve those people who are there online, all of you. The whole thing is that we can let ourselves, and sometimes we let ourselves get into a state where we get anxious, fearful, and we feel that everything around us is just all dissolving under our feet. And so we can stay there. We can lack wisdom and constantly feed ourselves with a stream of media that keeps us in that space. Or we can make some decisions. Because I am anxious, because I am fearful, because I don't know what's happening next, and that's causing all kinds of everything in me that I can't even name, it's important to pay attention and name it, first of all. This particular article, I thought was succinct and it was clear. Fear can begin to narrow our field of vision, so that the only world I see is this little tiny world that I'm stuck in. I forget that there might be a larger world in the next room, in the next house, the next street over. But that narrowing of vision. Anyone who's ever had a prolonged period of pain, particularly if it's uncontrolled pain, one of the first things that pain does, because it is so all-encompassing, is it narrows your whole world so that the only thing that exists is the pain. You, in effect, almost become pain. And the first step that you need to take, you get the appropriate medications or treatments, but the first step you have to start to take is so that pain doesn't make your life just that small, so that nothing else exists, is to at least identify and name the pain. Now, this sounds really simple in one way, but it's that 1 degree of separation from being the pain to seeing the pain. As a longtime sufferer of migraines for about 40 years, that used to get so bad I couldn't open my eyes because of light, I couldn't move. I think for maybe 6 or 7 years, the first 6 or 7 years I had migraines, I really suffered. Along with having pain, I suffered. That's another whole discussion. Won't do a whole lot with it right now, but another little slide does it really well. It wasn't until, it's going to sound silly, one time I was driving in a car, pre-air conditioning in cars, through the Bronx in New York in the middle of July in this horrendous heat, and I had this splitting migraine. I can remember having my head laid up against the door, the passenger side of the door, and someone else was driving, a friend, and stuck there in traffic at around 5 o'clock in the afternoon. And I didn't know what was worse, the heat or the pain. And something happened in me. And for the first time, I realized that if instead of just letting it all engulf me, I took that spot and within me said, I'm noticing the pain as separate from the heat. Now that doesn't sound like a big step, but because for that moment I wasn't just the pain, I was seeing the pain, I had a bit of space, and the pain wasn't as bad because my world had gotten just that little bit bigger consciously. In our world that we live in today, whether it's at the parish level, the personal level, the college level, the family level, we do ourselves no favor if we don't notice and name the pain, name the separation, name the loss that we're grieving. When we do that, we get that little tiny beginning of a place or a space where there is more than just the pain and the suffering. And we can start together to create something new. Now, within this article, these people brought up the Buddhist story of two arrows. I don't know how many of you are familiar with it, but I thought it was a wonderful story. So I'm going to read this piece. Watching the past month's turmoil unfold, I've been reminded of the old Buddhist parable of the second arrow. The Buddha once asked a student, if a person is struck by an arrow, is it painful? The answer is obviously yes. If a person is struck by a second arrow, is it even more painful? Is the second one even more painful than the first? He then went on to explain, in life, we cannot always control the first arrow. Things happen to us, individually, societally, worldwide. However, the second arrow is very often our reaction to the first. We can anticipate something that might happen and it can freeze us, or we can anticipate that something might come our way and we can make a plan to how do we receive this? How do we recover from this? How do we get help in this? And with that notion that something has happened, and yes, it's painful, and yes, it's disrupted us, we can either become frozen and think, oh no, it's going to be horrible, it's going to stop us, we're not going to get what we need, we're going to miss all of this, or we can say, yes, this has happened. Now what do we need to do to plan to make sure that we get the things that we need? And as he said, with this, with that second arrow comes the possibility of choice. So I'm just going to put that down for the moment, and I'm going to get us to engage in a little bit of quiet. And in it, I want you, when you think of the word community, particularly we've talked here about a learning faith community. A faith community, that's a learning community. What are some of the key, well, what comes to your mind? I'm not going to say what are key components, because that means you've got to judge one thing or another. What are some of the things that come to your mind if you're looking at a faith-filled learning community? And I'm going to leave it open and let people come in as they see fit.
Nicole here. I'm going to say acceptance.
We had you and now you're gone.
Oh, hello. Can you
Okay,
hear me?
back again, yeah. Nicole?
I'm going to say that it would be acceptance.
Okay, so acceptance, and I'm gonna jump on that. Thank you very much. Acceptance means, and this is just think about this. Acceptance means that within me, I have perceived some kind of difference in me and the group that I'm with, okay? And I'm wanting them, even though I might be not the same, to be accepted. So what that means is that for you to let the true you be seen, you have to be, if you're going to be part of community, within reason, a vulnerable person. You have to allow for the possibility of some vulnerability. If I come in smiling like this, with which you'll never see. I mean, you'll see the smile, but you won't see the next part, which is me with makeup on and my hair all done and dressed to the nines. You can go through life like that, and all anyone ever sees is the external, because you are so insecure. Now, not everybody who does that is insecure, but a number of people, because they want to look so good so nobody will ever question. For there to be community, there has to be a certain willingness, an honesty, a humility, a vulnerability. And when we can only be that if, as Nicole says, we have a feeling, have a hope that acceptance is going to exist within that community. And I will say that here at Queen's, one of the things that we strongly encourage is that you bring your real self, not your false self. Now, that doesn't mean your worst self every day either. You're cranky, out of sorts kind of self, although that'll happen too. But that you bring your real self. If you are coming to Queen's College to grow, you will grow best if you allow your true self to be seen so that others can acknowledge the goodness that's there, point out some areas where you may need to grow, and then provide you with the resources and the guidance to do that. So acceptance, vulnerability, humility, honesty, respect. All of those are elements of community. Now I'll pick in some more, but I'm going to ask another question about this. How do you grow that? How do you support vulnerability, honesty, humility, respect, and acceptance in a distanced community? What kinds of practices can we engage in as a college, as a community, that can allow for that when we are so physically separated? So anyone who's got an idea, just click on your mic and share with us. We've got a few little ones, but we're looking for others. We want this to work for all of us this semester. I think we need patience. Okay. Patience. So we have to, like, you were all your patience was tried this afternoon as we couldn't get this to work. You could say, oh God, is this what this place is going to be like the whole semester? Well, we're all trying to work it through, but we all have to leave the space for that. Thanks very, very much, Darlene. What else?
Sorry, Nicole again. I do think that having etiquette in our technological world is very important.
Okay, do you want to say a little bit more about that, Nicole, what etiquette looks like there?
Okay, being conscientious of different people talking, giving everyone chances to speak. Not a lot of times it's hard when we have difficulty with Wi-Fi. Our connections, sometimes overlap, but being aware of those issues. What else? I'm trying to relate this to telephone etiquette and computer now. I'm stuck.
That's okay. That's really good. That's a starter right there. Anybody else have some suggestions as to how we as community, we come together either for prayer, for class, or for those support meetings that, like the academic support meetings that we can do it. Mac, you said it looked like your mic came on for a sec.
I was going to say faith and prayer.
Okay, so that we continue to share faith and prayer. Prayer, I'll say, is the easier of the two to share because we've got a built-in prayer life. Faith is a little more difficult, and we can share the spoken faith. We can share the intellectual pieces of faith as we share in our classes, but we also need to share that piece of faith where Jesus basically said, didn't ask people to believe in anything. He didn't say, you know, if you want to come to my kingdom, you got to believe this set of beliefs. You got to have this lot of creeds. You got to do like say all these prayers. Jesus said one simple thing. He said, if you are going to be part of my community, you have to be able to feed hungry people. You have to be able to give people who are thirsty, thirsty. You don't give the hungry clothes and the thirsty hugs. You give people what they need, so that we have to be open to one another as we are, not as we would like us to be, or the thing that makes it easiest for us. So community, in a sense, very often calls us out of our comfort bracket and asks us to take that step where we think we may not really have all the person wants, but at least we can give them this little bit, a little bit. So there's a generosity that comes with that sharing. So generosity is one big piece. And ways we can be generous with one another is, as I'm just going to build again on what Nicole said, is if you've spoken once or twice, to step back and let others share what their point is too sometimes. Others is if you've been silent the whole time, and you've got something in you you're not quite sure about. One of the things about being part of a faith-based learning community, we say to you, you don't have to have it perfect before you say it. Your first thought or your first statement doesn't have to be your last thought. If you're struggling with something, you can only get it so far. You can even let us know that. Like, I'm really not sure about that, but you know, these are the things that I think you got to at least figure out before you can get an answer to that, so that you're not seen as the person who is the one who's always removed, or the one that people don't know because you haven't shared some of your process. So you don't feel that you have to have the right answer all of the time. Of course, I won't be delicate. I'll say don't baffle us with bullshit either. But make sure that if you're not certain and others are trying really hard to share, that you can say, look, I really understand that because I'm struggling with this and this. I don't know what I think yet, but this and this are things I'm struggling with. One of the things, just to say to you about community, and so this is a give and a take this afternoon, that we're going to be doing is before each class, we're going to try to make sure that we're at all possible, we sign on about 15 minutes before class. Because in that 15 minutes, I did it by accident a few times in the third semester. And first time, no one said anything. The second time after I'd sort of done it, they said to me, Carmel, you've got to keep doing this. This is the best part of the class. And I thought, okay, the 15 minutes before is the best part. But it was, because it was a place where students could share their own concerns, their questions, the resources they were dealing with or whatever. So one of the things we will do is we will try, where at all possible, to sign on 15 minutes before. If sometimes we forget, please remind us that you're looking forward to that. That's one way of doing something. Some other things from community that you would expect. We've looked at acceptance, patience, etiquette, the whole notion of vulnerability, but that doesn't mean just sort of spewing stuff out. It means being the real you as best you can. What are some of the other things that you think that are significant, particularly right now for you where you are? What do you
Willingness.
Pardon?
A willingness to listen and hear what the people are saying and accept what they're saying.
I'm going to ask, okay, good. I'm going to ask you, Gail, if you've thought about, if you have, great. If you haven't, great. If you want to think about it now, think about it. That notion of an ear for listening and that acceptance. Does acceptance mean that I have to agree with you all the time?
No, we all have different views, but we can grow by listening to what other people have to say. What I believe is not always right, and by listening and absorbing what other people are saying, it can help me grow.
I think I'm just listening to like the idea of many of the different things you've mentioned, Carmel, and they all require time and the actual, giving of time to listen to and the idea of meeting people's needs, their genuine needs. Like when you were talking about buying somebody who's hungry or giving somebody who's hungry clothing or vice versa, we can't really know someone's needs until we take the time to get to know them. And sometimes even when people express a need, um, they might say something with words, but everything else that they do is screaming that they need something like maybe a hug, or, or whatever, but you really have to listen, but you just have to take the time to do that. And I think class that we spent the time signing in ahead of time, because I was a student in that class, um, that was, I didn't sign in early enough, often enough, but when I did, I greatly enjoyed it. But I think the time, being generous with our time is just a huge part of it, making space for all those other things to happen. And COVID is doing that for sure. But still it's easy to try and build schedule into our lives to the point that it overtakes that making space for people.
Thank you very much, Marianne.
I think just to add to that, Carmel's Karen, yeah, checking in the class was a great thing. I think we have to, as well as understand and be cognizant of, I think we need to really encourage people. Like some people are the first out of the blocks to say something, to speak, and that's great. That's just who they are. Others are reluctant, whether they're uncertain or they're whatever their reasons, they're holding back, right? As you said earlier, and I think that in a world of technology, in a classroom, you'd probably see that more and be able to make eye contact and encourage the one who's sitting back in the seat, and so it's very difficult online. I'm just saying, I think as we all go forward, both professors and students, we have to be cognizant of the fact that we're all very different in that ability to put ourselves forth, and things will probably go best if we can all have a little bit of participation, uh, and sometimes it's hard to participate. Uh, you want to say something, but the buttons are on and everyone's speaking, and you know what it gets like. It gets crazy, and then you say, "Oh well, I won't say that," or someone just said it. You know what I mean? Like, so I don't know what that means for you as a professor and leader of the class, but I think it needs to be a factor that you take into account. That some people are quick off the mark, and some are last ones out of the blocks, and we gotta open this world for all, for all of us,
Thank
wherever
you.
we fall on that continuum.
Thanks, Karen. You're right. As someone who is, part of a class but has responsibility for the type of and quality of interaction. I certainly do have responsibility, as do different instructors. Now, different instructors also use different models of engagement and teaching, so we have to be aware of that. I keep saying sometimes the Spirit whispers or lets things flit across your mind when you're unexpecting, as to what times when you're really trying hard to come up with ideas. I tell you, when one of you was speaking, I think it was Carol or Marianne, one of you anyway, the thing that flitted through my mind was, I'm sure most of you are aware of the buddy system, where you pair up with somebody and one looks out for the other. What would happen if, and I'm not saying that teachers have to have the responsibility, professors, lecturers, but you yourselves, especially if you're a person who is quieter, how about we take it upon ourselves, if we are in that situation and don't always get a chance to speak, that we buddy up with someone in the class, so that even if we don't always speak in the class, although our buddy will encourage us through the chat or whatever, that we will afterwards speak with our buddy. I think it's important for us not to lose those normal kinds of connections that if you were sitting in a classroom, you just fall into. There'd be someone you'd talk to about things as you were going out the hall, or going down the stairs, or whatever the case was. I think it's important for us to reach beyond our own little tiny worlds. Like when I was talking about the pain, when all there is you, that can swallow you up. The minute you take that one step back and say, I'm not the pain, I have the pain, that may sound really strange to someone who hasn't had a lot of pain, but to anyone who has, to move from I am pain to I have pain is a huge step. I have difficulty, or like all I see is problem, or I have a problem, because that space, that little tiny bit of space, gives you a way to start to be able to possibly work towards change. So I would suggest that some buddy system be done. Some classes may put you in small groups to discuss things. If they don't, and that's fine, but like I said, different instructors have different ways that they, engage with students. I'd strongly suggest that even if they don't, that you pick out one or two people, and I would say not make the group any bigger than 3 or 4 at the max, people that you can meet when you need to give you the support, as to even figure out, like, how am I even going to figure out what kind of a question that I want to research, or where might I go, if you need someone and somewhere to talk to that about. Because as I said, my door was normally open and people would just walk by and say, Carmel, do you know about, or can you tell me, or can you show me somewhere that I can go? And we've got to maintain those kinds of connections. Anyone else with some suggestions for community and community building?
Carmel, just Paulette here, just a little comment on what you were just saying. Last semester, my friend Cindy and I did the same course, and we would spend a lot of time the whole week, talking, because it was a course where there wasn't an online class every week. I think we had 4 or 5 during the semester.
Yep.
And we would just have the required readings and that. So we spent a lot of time like discussing and talking about the readings, and even how much do you have done yet, and did you come across this, and what did you think, and we did a lot of that. I mean, almost every day of the week we would take time to do that, and I found it, I mean, not as good as being in the classroom with a bunch of people in the common room and that, but it was close. Like it really filled in some of the missing things, right?
Great, Paulette. Thank you. And that's important. And I'm just looking at the screen, and I'm going to say to all of you, make sure that you buddy up with someone. And I'm going to say to 2 of the pictures that I'm looking at in particular, and that's Darlene and Mac, and to Achles and to Maisa. Don't think that your only study partner is going to be in your case, Maisa and Mokle's brother or sister, or in your case, Darlene and Mac, husband and wife. Not saying that you can't talk about what you're studying, but make your world a little bit bigger. Include somebody else that you will buddy up with, because it'll give you a chance to speak in a way and ask questions and a freedom. I know you think you have all kinds of freedom with your husband, wife, with your brother or sister, but they know you. They're not going to be drawing out new things. A different study partner will. So I'm going to suggest to all of you that you certainly actively look to see who you think you might buddy up with, and do it early. It'll give you that place to go when you start to feel yourself sinking, or when you've been hit with one arrow because you get your first assignment back and you say, oh my gosh, I thought I'm all this and it's not good, and you can so fear doing anything else because you're waiting for that second arrow to hit that you don't reach out. But from the very beginning, make the connection and find yourselves a study partner. That's going to be important. Okay, some other suggestions for community building.
I was thinking about inclusion because, we're coming from very diverse backgrounds, different traditions. We have people in Greece, we have people in Newfoundland and other parts of the world, Africa, whatever. So we come from very different traditions and cultures. So I guess with inclusion goes respect, which you've already mentioned, but we've got to be willing to listen to other people, to look at the way they think, and try to, I guess, start to appreciate their point of view.
Thank you, Derek. In one of my classes, actually in a couple of my classes, I had all the students introduce themselves, and then I asked the students to pair up with someone who was the most different. We're getting interference from cyberspace. I asked them to pair up with someone who was most different from them. The reason being twofold. It does accomplish what Derek suggested, that we not just go with people who are just like us. So, it goes broader than that, makes your world bigger. But here's the thing. For every one of us who is enrolled in Queen's College, we're there because of a faith commitment or a faith search. We don't have to have the commitment yet. We might be on the journey. We have a faith search, and we also have a sense that we may be being called to bring that good news to other people. Now, here's the thing. You can't bring good news to people until you truly hear, know, and appreciate their world, their space. It'd be like, as I gave the example earlier, me giving a coat to someone who was hungry and giving food to someone who was naked. I'm giving my bit because I got it and I've got it all, so you take it. No. If we're going to grow in our capacity to be the bearers of good news, we have to listen to the stories of others, truly hear what they are saying, so that we know, and I'll use this term, their bad news, their need, their emptiness, their difference. And then if we truly, and this is why we have the privilege, we are a very privileged group of people. There are so many people in this world who do not have the time, the space, the money, the resources to be able to study. But if we have this special time apart, it behooves us to take that gospel, dive into it, wrap ourselves round with it till we get its feel, if we don't always have the words. Because by getting the feel of the gospel, the feel of that good news kingdom, then we can have the courage to be quiet, to listen to others. And only when we truly hear their stories do I know what good news is. Then I know it's a coat, not food, this person needs. It's then that maybe I know I thought I was here to bring something to them, and I'm just finding out in reality they have that. They're sharing it with me. So we have to listen. We have to be inclusive, meaning we need to broaden our perspective. So I would suggest to you, it can be a little disconcerting, but sometimes if we go beyond our comfort level, if we go to someone who obviously is different from us, who has a different position, we have the greatest capacity to grow and to be blessed, and perhaps to be a blessing. But we all need to learn those skills in leadership, to be present, to listen, to truly hear what's there and to see, to be respectful of people. So that sense of inclusion, the sense of the buddy system, the system of, Paul, as you said, doing this, doing it early enough and doing it often. Making sure that you connect with someone. Because what's going to happen over time is, even if I'm someone who rarely speaks, but I'm speaking to a partner every week for half hour or whatever, however long it is, about something, you know, in time I might be surprised to hear myself speaking in class and not even knowing that not knowing the fear or the hesitancy that I previously had, because I've already spoken with at least one person, if not two, about these ideas. So I would very strongly encourage you to do that. And as I said, especially with Mac, Darlene, and Machle and Maisa, to get other partners as well, because otherwise your world can become too small. And the idea of Queens is that we have a larger, not a smaller world. Okay, any other?
That is. Monday morning. Okay. Okay.
We're getting some interference from somewhere. I'm not quite sure where. Okay. Any other suggestions you have specifically for the intentional building of community? Okay. I think we got a good start. We're going to learn to be community in a new way. One of the things that we were speaking of, I think when we were doing the chapel section this morning, chapel life, was to say to Father John that we would also have a list of people to be prayed for, or intentions to be prayed for. So that's another way to build community. So, and you all have his email address. I think it's, is it jjcourage@mon.ca or jcourage@mon.ca? Well, you've got it anyway, or you will be getting it. So you make sure that you get that in there. The other thing I would say to you right off. Pardon?
JJ Courage.
jjcourage@mon.ca. So that's for prayer. Okay, that's for prayer. And if the prayer is for yourself and you don't want to name yourself, you might sometimes say a special intention. You know, you say what you want, but to make sure that you connect in meaningful ways that build a connection betwixt and between all of us. We are the college. This year, this semester, at this time, this group of students is Queens College. The building is not really Queens College. The curriculum is not really Queens College. All of it is part of it, but with you are Queens College. It's like Paul says in one of his epistles, you are the living stones that build the church. Well, you are also the living stones that build Queens College. You are the voice, the eyes, the ears, the heart. And we ask that you intentionally pay attention to the formation of it during this time, which is a new time for everybody. There's nobody's is got all the answers. So your answers or suggestions are just as likely to be good as anybody else's. Make sure that you are aware of your own needs, but you are not so overpowered by them that you get frozen in time. Know that there's always someone to reach out to. You can get me anytime. Like David, during the day, especially, my computer's always on. If you want to, and that's not sufficient, by email, let me know by email, and we can arrange for a call. And it could be either a video call or, just a regular phone call. But please know that you are not alone as you undertake this journey. When Jesus worked with his friends, whom we call apostles, because they weren't yet apostles, he formed them in community. He himself was formed by that community. And when they were to undertake their exploration of what things meant, and especially things that they didn't want to hear, he would engage them in conversation, say, what do you think that parable meant? Or he'd tell them what it was. Or he'd get them to say, well, what do you think about? And then when he decided that it was time for them to do some learning, he didn't send them out alone. He sent them out 2 by 2. Do not be alone in your faith journey, in your learning journey. Please make sure that you avail of what we have and that you make conscious connections and links with others in the community. And I think that way you will find that though it's different, it can be very, very good and a blessing to you. So I'll be mentioning odds and ends of things in our Monday afternoon sessions for anyone who's able to join us at 1:30 on Mondays. And anything that we get by way of suggestions for the broader community, we'll probably send out via this college newsletter and or emails for the conscious building of community in a time of physical distancing. So I thank you for that. Any comments or questions?
How do you connect if there's somebody you would like to choose as a study partner?
Pardon?
How do you connect with someone if you want to have somebody, a buddy?
Okay, well, I'm going to say this to you. I would suggest, again, if you have these 15 minutes before class and sometimes the breaks during class, for coffee breaks or whatever, listen for 1 or 2 classes to see who's who. We have this on this particular application, Go to Training. You have that wonderful thing in the side. If you look over on the side, where those little dials are, that little balloon that's down there in black, that's chat. So what you do is as you click that open, you enter your message down here and then it says to, and you can figure out, because you're seeing their names on the thing, so you pick their name out of the list and you send them a little note in the chat. Very, very simple. And it's done. It's anonymous. The only people who know about it are you and that person. And, you figure it all out. In some classes, you may actually be given the option to do it in class publicly, or the instructors may assign you to a group. But make sure all of the time that you've got someone you can talk to, because sometimes you might, something as simple as, you've heard something, you've heard all the words, you can say the words back, but you haven't got a sweet clue what it's all about. All you need is somebody else to talk to, and they can either say to you, well, I don't know what it's about either. In that case, you don't feel so bad the next class is saying, I really don't know what that was, because it's not just you anymore. Or you may have the light to shine, as Marianne was reading, and that the light shines on every person who was born into this world, and maybe that other person will be the light for you in finding that out. But this is the simplest way, that chat feature on the Go to Training.
The other thing that we'll be trying out in a few moments is the breakout option, and that will give people opportunity to kind of chat in smaller groups as it's assigned in the classes, and you kind of develop that bit of connection and rapport with each other then as well. Anyone else with any comments or questions back to Carmel before I do a couple of things, and then Carmel will send us away with an evening prayer. Anything else from you, Carmel, other than to respond?
No, not a thing. That's everything.
I was thinking, Carmel and Rick, vulnerability as well, because at times you have to give information about yourself or give opinions that you know that other people are, it's going to be very foreign to them. So being vulnerable.
Yes, so true, Derek. Thanks for, and so real, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. Folks, I just want to do a couple of things now. I want to have a quick run through the email that we sent to you, orientation information, make sure that we hit everything that you need to know to launch off the semester. As an old saying that I grew up with, at least, is that good be gone is half done. And it's not good grammar, but it's, I think, a good point that when we're well organized at the start, it usually makes things run smoother. This year, it's hard to have everything under control. As I said, and others have said during the day, you know, patience and flexibility will be important with all of our operations, especially on the front end of the semester. So we hope it'll run well. But I just want to run through the few things that I have there in that email because they're important highlights. The one item that I mentioned earlier is the recordings. And by the fact that you sign up for webinar courses, we're presuming your consent to be recorded because it's an important part of it. The link that's there, the link that we're on right now, is the link that we'll be using for all of the classes. You'll notice different things when you're signing up, number of people registered and so on, and the date that's set for it is December 31st. Ignore those things. They're just technical things that we just bypass in order to be able to use the same link for all courses. At a time in the planning, I had kind of thought that we would use a different link for each course, but as I investigated further, I just could see that it would become way more complicated for for everyone if we did that way. You'd be hitting the wrong links and wondering what's going on and what have you. So we're using the same link for all classes. We're asking faculty members to make sure that they sign out and close the browser at the end of the session so that it'll be refreshed for the next person who's using it, probably in the on the same day. The semester diary is available at the link, and that has all of the things that are built into the semester as occasions. Please have a look at that if you're wondering when we're doing different things. Lots of it will be sent as reminders to you one way and another. Your timetable is also available. It's been distributed over and over again, but it's there. As I mentioned, the GoTo training is the platform we're using. We're on it now. It seems to work fairly well. One of the things, though, is that when it comes to clicking buttons, and I've kind of determined by going on to another computer that it might have been what happened when we were trying to switch over to Carmel earlier today, that sometimes you got to click different buttons to see if something will come up. Carmel eventually found a way on, as she is now from her office. You need to give it a moment or so, though, if you click a button for something to happen, because if it doesn't and you click another one and another one, it's like our own old brains. They start to get muddled. There's lots of orientation to the GoTo Training website, and they're at the link that I have showed there. And so this particular one that's there on the screen now that I'm underlining is a quick orientation for the attendees. There's also orientations for the presenters or organizers, as they're referred to in the websites and in the GoTo Training end of it. The organizers are really the instructors, so when you're signing in, if you're asked if you're an organizer or if you're Queen's Education courses or something like that, your category is an attendee. Just want to mention that, as Dana did earlier, we're here pretty well every office business day. Dana and I come in usually around 8 or thereabouts in the morning, sometime between 8 and 8:30, and we're here till 4:30 or 5. So business matters can be dealt with through the office by calling the number or sending Dana an email at queens@mon.ca. I mentioned earlier, and I mentioned again, the worship schedule. These are the times here. And we're using a different link for worship because other people join us and we don't need to record them and what have you. So when you're joining for worship, use the link that we have developed for that one. I think it has something about worship and chapel in the title of it. We're going to send that information to you again tomorrow morning so that you'll have it all fresh and it'll be top in your emails. Then you'll be able to, when you go on for the first occasion, you'll be able to save it in your bookmarks and what have you for easy opening and access to it. The days of awareness are worthwhile occasions for reflection and discernment, going deeper in your own prayer. Again, we'll use that same link as we're using for worship for those sessions, and the times are provided. We'll be sending you reminders of those types of things. Vocational development seminars are for designed originally for people who are preparing for ordination in the Anglican Church, but they're available to anyone. The content is good for everyone, and so we certainly encourage people to take part of those. If you are interested in them and haven't already registered for them, then send it in on a course selection form. There's no charge for those. The academic support matters. We've all had a go at describing those things for you earlier on today. Carmel and I are available to do a fair amount of academic support for you as the provost and director of student programs. The dean is available, and any of our faculty are available for those purposes. We've developed an academic development seminars, and so Carmel will be leading in those, as well as the special sessions that we have for that Dr. Rebedo will do, and we'll be giving you the link for those, and Carmel will have the Monday afternoon sessions. If anyone needs special accommodations, then you need to make it known to us as early as you can with medical verification that you need those accommodations. I just mentioned that we have 8 people doing internships this fall, which is wonderful, parish internships. The academic calendar I mentioned again is available at that link. If there's any information that you need, you'll be able to search it out there. Registration continues, so you can pass the word on to others who might be interested, and our leadership team are those listed. They're always on the emails that I send to you, but tomorrow when I send, I will highlight for you the email addresses for my own, as well as Dr. Bell, Dr. Colonel Doyle, and Canon John Courage. So that's what I had in the email. They're the highlights that I feel are really important for you to know. Folks, one thing that I'd like for us to have a stab at before we do our evening prayer and disperse is I'd like us to try for a few moments the breakout rooms. I'm going to try and break you into 4 breakout rooms. You'll go in there as audio only, and then after that we will you can turn on your own microphones and cameras if you want, and then after a while I'll try to give you a warning that we're going to end it, and there's about a 10-second lag from the time that we start to end it until you come away, but it's good for me to give you a forewarning on it. So I'm just going to try to make that happen now. Hopefully it'll work well, and we'll see what happens from there. Okay. It's opening as it should, I think. You're encouraged to be using Google Chrome browser. I told you that in some of the materials that I sent to you, but that's the best browser to use. But the others, they say, work as well. I'm going to break us into 4 breakout groups. It will happen randomly, and now I'm going to try to start the groups if I can. Okay, move attendees between groups. I don't need to do that. And okay, the groups are not starting. I'm going to use audio only, and now I'm going to start the groups. and then see if you're able to have conversations with each other.
Make it a bit slower. Oh,
Yeah.
now we're back.
I think. Oh, we're back again.
So did any of the breakout groups work, or how did it go? I know I joined one and I couldn't get out of it. Let's just
I went
see.
in
Ours
one.
worked.
I went in one, but it seemed like I got to chat, but I didn't see any audio where to click in for the audio, right?
Okay.
Yeah, and Rick, it appears as if I was able to communicate with Carmel and her group, but I didn't see anybody's screen. I did see another group. I saw Sue and David and yourself at times, but I didn't see anybody in the group that I had audio contact with.
Nor did I. Nor I, Derek.
Okay.
And Karen, who was in our group, we had her picture and we were lip reading, and we're still lip reading a bit, but she couldn't get her audio on.
Okay.
Paulette?
Well, Marianne and I did great, and we could see each other and talk to each other. And David could talk to us, but we couldn't see him. So.
Okay, I'm just going to see if. So did you have to turn on your own microphones, or did they come on automatically?
Turn them on.
Turn them on.
Okay. So, Karen,
And you had to turn on your own webcam also.
Yeah. Okay, so it's strange sometimes if some people had their microphone on. It might be good to. We'll need to get clear instructions for when we try to use the breakout rooms. We won't spend any more time on that today, but we got a little bit further with it than I did last time I tried to use it. Okay, anything else, folks, that we want to touch on before we hand it to Carmel to bring us to a wrap up with evening prayer?
May I remind Carmel that when Jesus asked the disciples, he preached a parable to them. Then he asked the disciples, "Do you understand?" There'd be a pause, and then no. and then one of the verses which was cut out of the original verse and was said, Jesus then said, "Mary and Joseph, you boys are stunned as me boot."
I know that verse. It resonates.
Paulette said,
I love the man, but I felt so sorry for him. Dealing with someone with an IQ of a small light bulb.
Paulette sent a note and said she had to turn on her own webcam and microphone. Is that right, Paulette?
Yeah, I don't think I turned on my own microphone. I can't remember, but I know we had to turn on our own webcam because I asked Marianne to turn hers on, thought mine was on, and it wasn't. Then I had to turn it on.
Okay, fine.
I had to turn on both. This is Marianne. I had to turn both on.
Yeah, and me too.
So we'll explore it a bit further, and I've done a few training sessions on, and I go on with questions, and then any time that I've tried it, I got new, more precise questions. So I'll keep a list of them and do another connection with the support person next week. Any of you can call in actually to get information or go online. to get some savvy at it. People are in process of signing off now and thanking us for the session today. That's good. Carmel, I'm going to hand it right to you to wrap us up with evening prayer. I'll make you the you have it on PowerPoint, correct?
Yeah, I do.
I'm going to make you the presenter again, and then we'll take it from there. And then I'll just say a word of wrap up when time comes.
Okay, I'm going to hit this, and I'm going to hit this, I'm going to hit this. Are you seeing Lectio Divina?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Yes,
Okay,
indeed.
great.
Yes.
Okay, great. So we are going to do not a particularly long, because it's been a long day, but I was looking at the scriptures that I would use for this process of prayer. And basically, this is a process wherein we let the word speak to us. And in order to ensure that we hear the word, we have the word read 3 times. Now, you may think this is going to go on forever. It won't, because I'll keep it shorter. Today, what I chose was the readings, 2 of the readings that are possibilities for Sunday coming. And so that any of you who have to prepare some reflections on that might or might not from the participants hear what it is the Spirit is trying to say to the church in these holy readings. So before we'll do a little teach with it, and a very small teach that Lectio has 4 moments in it. And the first one is when we hear the passage for the first time, and as we listen, and I would suggest that you listen more than read, that you listen to see what word, phrase, image, feeling, or question jumps out at you in some way, and then you share that one word, phrase, image, feeling, or question without any discussion or any elaboration. It's something like those Facebook things that are saying share a picture of something red or purple, no words. Well, in this, we're going to share the word, phrase, image, feeling, question with no commentary. And then we take our turns, anyone who has something that really jumps at them. So I've chosen some of the readings from Sunday's worship.
And we're going to do all that in 8 minutes, right, Colonel?
Pardon?
We'll do all this in 8 minutes.
Well, I don't know about 8. We'll try for 10, though. Yeah. Okay, so I'll do the readings. It'll just be quick. And this first one is from the Psalm. I'm going to read the Psalm, and then I will read a piece from Romans. So just listen. I want you to take into account where you've been today, where it is you'll be traveling this year with Queen's College, or if you are preparing a reflection for Sunday for your own faith community, where your faith community has been this week and how you see their future. So let us just listen to God's word. And this translation is from the New Revised Standard Version, Psalm 119. Teach me, O Lord, the way of your statutes, and I will observe it to the end. Give me understanding, that I may keep your law and observe it with my whole heart. Lead me in the path of your commandments, for I delight in it. Turn my heart to your decrees, and not to selfish gain. Turn my eyes from looking at vanities. Give me life in your ways. Confirm to your servant your promise, which is for those who fear you. Turn away the disgrace that I dread, for your ordinances are good. See, I have longed for your precepts. In your righteousness, give me life. And a reading from Romans chapter 13, verses 8 to 14, again from the New Revised Standard Versions. Again, what word, phrase, image, question, feeling jumps. Owe no one anything except to love one another. For the one who loves another has fulfilled the law. The commandments, you shall not commit adultery, you shall not murder, you shall not steal, you shall not covet, and any other commandment are summed up in this word: love your neighbor as yourself. Love does no wrong to a neighbor. Therefore, love is the fulfilling of the law. Besides this, you know what time it is, how it is now the moment for you to wake from sleep. For salvation is nearer to us now than when we became believers. The night is far gone, the day is near. Let us then lay aside the works of darkness and put on the armor of light. Let us live honorably as in the day, not in reveling and in drunkenness, not in debauchery and licentiousness, not in quarreling and jealousy. Instead, put on the Lord Jesus Christ and make no provision for the flesh to gratify its desires. The word of the Lord. So anyone who wishes to share a word, phrase, image, feeling, question.
Love your neighbor as yourself.
Armor of light.
Let go of earthly wants. Seek God's word. What I strive for, and today is the day.
And for McKinley, I had live for God, separate from the world.
Okay, I'm going to go to moment 2. We're going to read the same passage, but from a different translation of the word. So right now, as you hear the same readings from a different version, how does this passage relate to some issue, relationship, or situation in your life? And then share this with the group without discussion, which means you've got to try to say it in 2-3 sentences at tops. So as you listen to the word, how does the passage relate to some issue, relationship, situation in your life? You can think of your study life, your ministerial life, your personal life. Here we go again. This time it's from the New International Version. Teach me, Lord, the way of your decrees, that I may follow it to the end. Give me understanding, so that I may keep your law and obey it with all my heart. Direct me in the path of your commands, for there I find delight. Turn my heart toward your statutes, and not toward selfish gain. Turn my eyes away from worthless things. Preserve my life according to your word. Fulfill your promise to your servant, so that you may be feared. Take away the disgrace I dread, for your laws are good. How I long for your precepts. In your righteousness, preserve my life. Romans 13. Let no debt remain outstanding except the continuing debt to love one another. For whoever loves others has fulfilled the law. the commandments: you shall not commit adultery, you shall not murder, you shall not steal, you shall not covet, and whatever other command there may be are summed up in this one command: love your neighbor as yourself. Love does no harm to a neighbor. Therefore, love is the fulfillment of the law. And do this, understanding the present time. The hour has already come for you to wake up from your slumber, because our salvation is nearer now than when we first believed. The night is nearly over. The day is almost here. So let us put aside the deeds of darkness and put on the armor of light. Let us behave decently as in the daytime, not in carousing and drunkenness, not in sexual immorality and debauchery, not in dissension and jealousy. Rather, clothe yourselves with the Lord Jesus Christ, and do not think about how to gratify the desires of the flesh. The word of the Lord. How does this passage relate to some issue, relationship, situation in your life?
Carmel Paulette here. I think for me it's given me understanding, because I find in these times when nothing can be done the way that it was before, and everything seems to be coming at you from different directions, and things that we thought we knew how to do, we don't know how to do anymore, and ministry is different. And yeah, I find I need a lot of understanding.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to move on, because for many of us, if we're looking at situations in our own lives, we don't want to necessarily share them in this kind of a way. So I'm going to go to the third moment. And this time, we're going to use a different version again. And the question that is going to form the backdrop, or the space into which the message is going to echo, is going to be this: if I were to really believe what these scriptures say, what would I do differently, or what would change for me? If I really believed what these scriptures say, what would I do differently, or what would change for me? This is from the Message. God, teach me lessons for living so I can stay the course. Give me insight so I can do what you tell me. My whole life one long obedient response. Guide me down the road of your commandments. I love traveling this freeway. Give me a bent for your words of wisdom, and not for piling up loot. Divert my eyes from toys and trinkets. Invigorate me on the pilgrim way. Affirm your promises to me, promises made to all who fear you. Deflect the harsh words of my critics. but what you say is always so good. See how hungry I am for your counsel. Preserve my life through your righteous ways. And from the message, again, don't run up debts, except for the huge debt of love you owe each other. When you love others, you complete what the law has been after all along. The law code: don't sleep with another person's spouse, don't take someone's life, don't take what isn't yours, don't always be wanting what you don't have, and any other don't you can't think of, finally adds up to this: love other people as well as you do yourself. You can't go wrong when you love others. When you add up everything in the law code, the sum total is love. But make sure you don't get so absorbed and exhausted in taking care of your day-by-day obligations that you lose track of the time and doze off, oblivious to God. The night is about over, dawn is about to break. Be up and awake to what God is doing. God is putting the finishing touches on the salvation work He began when we first believed. We can't afford to waste a minute, must not squander those precious daylight hours in frivolity and indulgence, in sleeping around and dissipation, in bickering and grabbing everything in sight. Get out of bed and get dressed. Don't loiter and linger, waiting until the very last minute. Dress yourself in Christ and be up and about. The word of the Lord. I'm going to answer the question first this time. If we were to really believe it, what would I do differently? I think I'd keep my focus more on those matters that I say are important to me, those godly ways of living, and not get so distracted, because I can get distracted so easily. So I think I'm going to watch my focus.
I just love the image of dressing ourselves in Christ, of putting on Christ, that intentional act of getting up in the morning and making that decision. And the idea of getting dressed implies that we can take him off and we need to put him back on again, which I think is something I need to do over and over and over again.
Thank you.
I think Christ always saw the good in people, and so many times it's so easy to look at people and see the bad, but I would like to take the time, because I believe that everybody has good in them, but sometimes you just have to stop, and before you react, you really have to put yourself in that person's situation. And like I said, everybody has good in them, and take the time. Jesus always saw good in everybody. Even the tax collectors. And you know what? I want to take that time, and you know what? I've had some quarrels with some neighbors, but I know they're good people. And I'm gonna, you know what? I'm just gonna see them as God's children.
Good for you. Good. just to say something to all of you. The picture there of three happens to be young women who are speaking out in the face of horrendous situations around the world, things that affect all of us. The little piece that's under it, you only got bits of it because when the computer arranged it this way. The words are, change is difficult, not changing is fatal. Change is difficult, not changing is fatal. And we'll take the last moment now for just a moment's quiet prayer of thanksgiving, and we'll keep it all quiet for ourselves this time. Thanksgiving for this community of faith, faith-based learning community of Queens. We give thanks, Lord, for the gift of one another. We give thanks for the challenge of one another. We give thanks for the promise of one another, that together we hear your word and become your word in the world today. And we make our prayer in the name of your Son, Jesus Christ, our Lord. Amen.
Amen. Wonderful, Carmel. Thank you. Thank you for all you do. Folks, we'll wrap it up there. We'll have a recording of this available for those who weren't able to attend today. They can skim through. There's been a lot of time, but they'll be able to find the pieces they want. And for any of you, get in touch with us if you have further questions and what have you. As I say again, we're getting into the term where we'll be doing a substantial amount of things differently. And so please make sure to get in touch if you have questions or concerns. And on top of that, to please be patient and flexible in how we approach it all. I'll just ask if there's any question or comment from anyone before we wrap up. Okay. Someone, yeah. David, anything from you before we go?
It's an hour and a half before the martini.
Very good.
But I have a cigar ready to take it out on the deck.
Enjoy. And we'll all go to whatever gives us joy this evening and add spirit to it. I have another orientation session this evening with those who are the support teams for our interns in the fall. Busy time. Anyway, gang, thank you all. Blessings on you all. And till we meet again, I'll be missing you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.